People won't stop. Oh, whoa. I just got to go. Oh, ICE has got to go.
ICE has got to go. ICE has got to go. ICE has got to go. ICE has got to go. Up education, down, deportation. Up education, down, deportation. Up When I say for the people, you say yes we can. For the people. Yes we can. Now together, let's try it. By the people. By the people. By the people. Yes we can. For the people. Yes we can. For the people. Yes we can. By the people. By the people. By the people. Yes we can. Of the people. Yes we can. For the people. Yes we can. By the people. By the people. By the people. Yes, we can. By the people. Yes, we can. Of the people. Yes, we can. Of the people. Yes, we can. By the people. By the people. By the people. Yes, we can. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart,
All right, folks, gonna move upstairs. I bet you're pretty dizzy from me walking around with this thing.
Anybody down here would like to sign up to speak?
Probably down there.
Thank you. That's facial recognition technology is FRT.
That was in September and October, and then the end of October. And then I came in those 2 years, so yeah, I'm not happy with this policy. No one would have survived. Right, feeling. So my family took me into what time?
We may not have room for everybody, but we'll try.
Yeah, we floated it on the 22nd, that's for sure.
You know what, I was a school board member for 16 years, so I'm used to large crowds. There is a photo that I have taken from Jay.
Pardon me, fine. All good.
No way! Okay, what? Yeah, connect. All systematically done.
I'm going to start the recording now, so we'll be ready to go when you are.
The way so everyone can see this big monitor. There's going to be people online with that.
When they consume that much space.
Make sure it's on. For young folks.
Anybody else want to speak?
Bridget, are we, everybody, are we ready to get going? We are ready to go. Okay.
Nobody can hear you.
That's awesome. Okay. Y'all ready? All right. This is the February 5th, 2026 regular meeting of the Fire and Police Commission. Present are Commissioners Evans, Fung, Snyder, Spence, Worrell Patterson, and myself, Commissioner Spencer. Commissioners Burgos, Horwitz, and Rainey are excused this evening. In the absence of Commissioner Horwitz, I'll be chairing this day's meeting as I'm the Vice Chair. Also present are FPC Executive Director Leon Todd and Deputy Director Jay Cusick. I have a few items for just like housekeeping as we get started here. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I've been really pleased with the community engagement with the Fire and Police Commission. It's been powerful, it's been helpful, it's good to hear from the community about what you want to see where you live, so thank you. A couple of items here. So this body runs on Robert's Rules of Order, and that it really helps us have productive meetings. So a piece of that is when you do public comment, you are addressing the board, but you're specifically addressing the chair, which tonight is me. So please keep that in mind. Flagging that, I think we're good actually on this, but I just want to flag for people who are here for media, that the cameras need to be behind these TVs, which I think everyone has set up correctly. That's because of channel 25. They don't get the right shots to show on channel 25 without that. Okay, because there's a zoning board meeting tonight, we almost always have someone who is trying to be in Boza, but they're here. So I think everyone's here and wants to be here, but just in case, if you're here for zoning, that's down the hall in 301A. And also flagging that last time, we used 301A as an overflow room for our meeting, but we can't do that tonight because there's a meeting in there. So I'm hoping that, I know there's some standing room only in the hallway. If people are still free to give their name in here, and when we call, people can help make sure people can get in and say their piece. Thank you so much. Okay, lastly, this was noticed on the agenda, but I'm just going to remind everyone, we do have an active Eastern time zone. She's going to be joining at 8 o'clock her time, 7 o'clock our time. So if we're still going through public comments, which I strongly suspect we will be, at 7, then we're going to pause, hear her presentation, and we'll restart public comment once that's over. It was really difficult to say like, hey, could you show up anywhere between, 7 and 10? That was hard, so we had to set aside times, okay? So with that, we'll get started. Director, please proceed with the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. We will begin with item number 1, public comment.
So they're starting with public comment.
Excuse me, for the people that are appearing virtually, if you could please mute your microphones, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. As I mentioned, we will begin with item number 1, public comment. For those who would like to speak and are here in person, please come up and sit at the front table when your name is called. If you are appearing virtually and have registered to speak in advance, please use the raise my hand feature in the webinar tools and unmute yourself when called upon to speak. Each person will be given up to 5 minutes to speak, and we will begin with the people that are in person, starting with Paul Smith. Good evening.
Commission. Thank you, Chair. Yako, Sagoli. My name is Paul Smith. My other name is Dagigwa Datsde. I'm a commissioner on the City's Office of Equity and Inclusion. I'm also Vice President. of the Milwaukee Intertribal Circle. My family's been here for almost 100 years serving the Native community since 1933. We were one of the first families coming down from the reservation to fill the factories and do the work that needed to get done. We are also people who have had to carry 2 IDs all the time. There is no presumption of innocence when you're Native American. Nowhere. We are the enemy. That's why you name your ships and your helicopters after us. I'm here today to speak out against these cameras. It's just another way of tracking, which this government has been doing since its conception. I have 2 IDs. I have 3 different numbers. All because of you and the government says I have to. I live in fear every day. I feel relatively safe in Milwaukee, but when I leave the boundaries, heart rate goes up. I get in Chicago for doing something I didn't do. My dad can use my phone because his face looks like mine. These cameras don't work, and they punish people, and there's no presumption of innocence when they're being watched all the time. So I thank you for your time. I appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Barbara Coyle, RN.
Free and the rest of the community, thank you. It's nice to meet you. My name is Barb Coyle. I've lived in Bayview for the last 10 years. I've lived in Milwaukee for 54 years. I'm an Army brat, and I've lived in a whole bunch of places. My concern is that this is something that is going to affect me personally and people all over the city because there are too many of us that look alike. I have what is called soft signs. Soft signs are things that can or cannot mean that you have a disability or a problem. I used to have a gray streak, but you can't see it any longer. And because of that, there are people that have told me at Costco that there's somebody that looks just like me in the city of Milwaukee. And because of that, I think that that's an inappropriate use of an ability to track people. I am very, very, very much against it.
James Stein.
Hey there. My name is James Stein, and I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director at the ACLU Wisconsin. I live in Milwaukee, I work in Milwaukee, and I'm here tonight because facial recognition technology is a direct threat to civil rights in Milwaukee. This is not just another policing tool. It's a surveillance system that changes the relationship between the public and the government. It allows law enforcement to identify, track, and monitor people in public spaces without consent, notice, or meaningful accountability. This is a direct attack on our civil liberties, and it threatens our basic right to speak out and to organize without the fear of being watched. To the clinic, they stop showing up. They stop speaking out. They stop exercising their rights. That is the chilling effect. That is how rights get erased without a law ever being passed. We also know this technology is flawed and biased. It has led to wrongful arrests across the country. Studies show it misidentifies people of color at higher rates, and that means the same communities already being targeted by over-policing will face even more harm. And Milwaukee has already seen what happens when oversight fails. MPD admitted it when it used facial recognition in secret for years. If this technology was truly safe and accountable, it would not have been held hidden from the public. And there is no guarantee that this data stays local. Federal agencies, including immigration enforcement, have already used facial recognition and access databases nationwide. If Milwaukee expands this system, it creates another pipeline for abuse. So tonight, I'm asking you fine public servants to do your job as a civilian oversight body. Protect civil rights, protect free speech, and protect our privacy. Thank you.
Dr. Nadia Johnson.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nadia Johnson, and I am the CEO founder of Milky Way Tech Hub, one of the leading tech hubs in the Midwest. We are a Milwaukee-based organization working to expand digital opportunities while also protecting the civil rights and the dignity of our communities. I am here in firm opposition to the expansion and the use of facial recognition technology in Milwaukee police. Facial recognition is often described as a neutral tool. With a PhD in computer science and a master's in computational science, I can confidently tell you that it is not a neutral tool. In practice, it is used as mass surveillance, and when deployed in our communities, rarely is it deployed evenly. Across the country, these systems have demonstrated higher error rates for Black people, women, and young people. Federal testing by the National Institute of Standards and Technology has shown false positive rates that can be 10 to 100 times higher for Black people in some systems. I'm sure that we all can understand why that would be a problem for the city of Milwaukee. When these systems are wrong, it impacts real people and real futures. Secondly, guardrails do not fix the core problem. Once surveillance infrastructures exist, what typically happens is the scope expands, even when limits have been put on the purpose. Access widens, the period in which the data is retained expands, and this becomes extraordinarily problematic for the people that they are surveilling. We have already seen AI-powered police cameras deployed with minimal oversight, including a recent case where live surveillance feeds were left exposed on the open internet, allowing anyone to watch people in real time and track their movement without a warrant. This is not a future concern. This is already happening nationally. The public cannot meaningfully consent to systems we cannot see, audit, or challenge. And oftentimes, these tools do again operate without warrants, drawing on commercial surveillance data that bypasses traditional legal protections. Lastly, this technology chills democracy. In communities that already experience unequal enforcement, facial recognition discourages people from attending public meetings, protests, places of worship, and simply moving freely because they assume they are being watched. So my request of you is simple. Do not move forward with advancing facial recognition technology in Milwaukee. If this body considers it at all, it must begin with a moratorium, followed by transparent public input, independent testing, strict limits on use and data sharing, and enforceable accountability. Milwaukee deserves safety and dignity. And so I thank you all in advance for prioritizing the people of Milwaukee instead of just the good of business. Thank you.
Good evening. Chair Spencer, members of the commission. My name is Nick Honorado, and I am an MPS special education teacher and the secretary of the Milwaukee Teachers Education Association. The use of facial recognition technology and its intended use in our communities in a time where government overreach and authoritarian encroachment poses a real danger to the members of our community. As representatives of 5,700 workers in Milwaukee Public, the constitutional and human rights of our students and workers of this city. The technology also threatens to reinforce the school to prison and the school to deportation pipelines. Our schools are cornerstones of our communities. We welcome thousands of students and their families through our doors daily. We must stand against the creeping erosion of our civil liberties and privacy. This technology could lead to unjust arrests and detainment as cameras that have become ubiquitous in our society turn into tools of the state to monitor, to punish, to identify people who have done nothing illegal. The passive collection of our faces, our gaits, and our biometric data could be used not just by the Milwaukee Police Department, but by any number of outside and private and governmental agencies. What protections do people of Milwaukee have that they will not be flagged because of the clothes that they are wearing, the signs that they are holding, or the person in whose hands they're holding? It is one of the missions of MTEA to protect the students from the school-to-prison pipeline by limiting the presence of police in our schools. That mission was made more difficult last year when the Republican legislature imposed their will and forced law enforcement officers into our schools. Schools that are also monitored by cameras. What is the standard operating procedure for SROs when it comes to facial recognition technology? I'll answer that for you. There isn't one, because there isn't even a standard operating procedure for SROs in place yet. What is the MPD's standard of operating procedure for facial recognition technology? I can answer that one for you too, because there isn't one, even after the department has been using this technology now for 2 years. The monitoring and surveillance of people in this city cannot be lightly allowed. There must be strong guidelines and transparency. There have to be assurances that the constitutional rights of the people will be protected, especially under the First and Fourth Amendments. This technology cannot be allowed to be used to identify activists who are peaceably protesting or defy due process to detain people flagged by ICE, CBP, or wannabe dictators. We must oppose the use of this technology, especially now, but we must also authentically look at the repercussions of allowing this technology to come online at all. To protect our students, to protect our workers, to protect our families, we do not need any more AI eyes in the sky. We need trust, accountability, and transparency from those who have sworn to protect and serve. Thank you.
Emilio Vitoro.
Good evening. Thank you, esteemed chair and members of the Fire and Police Commission. My name is Emilio Vitore. I'm with the Milwaukee Turners. I'm sorry to be providing testimony again this evening. I don't particularly like coming here and spending hours arguing for a fair and transparent democracy. I'm probably not going to say anything new to you since you have all listened to both academic and impassioned testimonies from, at this point, hundreds of Milwaukeeans. So let's recap. FRT and flock cameras, for that matter, are terrible for our community and not wanted by the general public because of how invasive and bad they are. The algorithms that power facial recognition technology are demonstrably flawed and racist, especially against Black and Asian folks. Cities that have created SOPs that provide guardrails and best practices for using FRT only in rare instances and have other safeguards in place to make sure that they don't identify the wrong person have failed repeatedly, and they have paid heavy forfeitures after losing public lawsuits against the people they've harmed, falsely accused, or falsely arrested. There are no best practices that have worked before. And the public doesn't care that the software salespeople have nice things to say about their surveillance products. I'm sure the sales folks pushing Ford Pinto, DDT, and asbestos have nice things to say too. Most creepy and insidious of all, though, is that the combined use of these technologies allows the 24 surveillance of all Milwaukeeans in a way that would make and should make your skin crawl. FRT, Flock, social media tracking programs that also monitor your Facebook, IG, X, TikTok, Reddit's, Ring doorbells, ALPR, stingrays to track your phones, texts, phone calls, and phone's constant physical location. Together, this allows local law enforcement to integrate these technologies to track and monitor your whereabouts in real time. So, for example, if Commissioner Snyder and Commissioner Spence leave their respective houses, chat in front of their doorbell cams, get in their cars, there are more cameras at stoplights. Phones make connections to cell towers as they drive along. Time-stamp arrivals at locations. You post some thoughts on Instagram or Facebook, text some folks, pick up dialogue on the many cameras along the street and businesses that have opted into the Community Connect program. Identifying and mapping all of this against the people you are with, where their phones are, who is connected to you on social media, etc. This sounds very 1960s Russian, right? Except it's here now and it's easier than ever. Frighteningly and coincidentally, Moscow still has a massive system like this in place using the same technology. And you know what it's called? Safe City, because that's how they pitched it there. And they specialize in post-factum detention, which means secret individual one-by-one arrests after a demonstration is over. As county for stealing. And maybe this is why former Greenfield Police Chief Jay Johnson used tech to stalk and spy on his wife while they were in the middle of divorce. Or why Appleton area Menasha police officer Christian Morales used Flock to track and spy on his ex-girlfriend. And imagine what damage ex-MPD officer Juwan Matlock would have done with this info when he was busted for sharing or selling information about his police comrades to a gang here in Milwaukee. MPD has already used FRT in various ways, probably over 2 years without telling the public, the Fire and Police Commission, or the Common Council, the bodies that they are supposed to answer to. So who is being held accountable for that? If MPD uses these surveillance technologies, ICE will access them whenever they want. DHS did this in New York, San Francisco, and Virginia, who are all much wealthier and tech-savvy than we are. It doesn't matter what the police want or say. This federal government has shown that they no longer abide by the rules, and this federal government will just take what they want, camera footage or a life. It's widely documented that ICE is using FRT by taking photos of protesters and uploading them to Mobile Fortify. You don't need an FRT-enabled camera, you just need to surveil, share the surveillance, and have access to the FRT later. ICE uses this info in a new software called Elite, which they purchased from Palantir, and this is what ICE used to determine which neighborhoods in Minnesota that they were going to attack. And it is from that medical data and this localized surveillance data and license plates that they forecast which neighborhoods they would violently attack with a surge. And please understand that the federal government, ICE, is also building databases on dissidents and brandishing them domestic terrorists, their words. We don't need MPD complicit in this. Cities and municipalities across the country are banning FRT. In fact, almost all of our Common Council wrote a letter opposing its deployment here, and I suspect they would all oppose it today. The City of Milwaukee's Equal Rights Commission unanimously condemned its use here. The Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors unanimously panned it, and AB 575 is in our state legislature right now, which is working to prohibit FRT from being used by law enforcement. With all of this, why is the Milwaukee Police Department moving backwards? With all of the disrupting dangers and real problems facing our residents and the police here today, this shouldn't be how they're choosing to waste their time. FRT and Flock do not prevent crime. Thank you.
I will do my best to read and pronounce this name. Apologies in advance if I mispronounce it. Al-Muab-El? Khalili? Okay.
I might be somebody, is there somebody in the hallway? Let's check.
Thank you.
I don't know if that
Is someone checking or?
leaving.
Oh, okay.
What's the name?
Khalif Muab-El.
We got a police officer? Khalif is on the way.
That's exactly how the system's supposed to work. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Peace and love. I said peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love.
My name is Mr. Khalif Muab-El. I'm the president of all of us in Wisconsin. Just got out there. So I want to change my breath a little bit.
For some reason, you've suddenly become muted on the Teams meeting. So I'm going to quickly talk to channel 25. One moment.
Yeah, there, you got it. Take a second. Should we just go, I can go click on there. Go, I was looking for where the keyboard is, like maybe someone hit it, but it's not near anybody, so I don't know.
There you go. How's that?
We gotcha. Thank
All
you.
right.
He ghosted it, okay. Back to you. Oh,
I'm good.
go ahead.
Well, first and foremost, putting people first. Justice is an initiative that people call on when there is an imbalance in the community or within circumstances within the community. One of the main things is in Milwaukee we have one of the largest populations of so-called black and brown people. And a lot of times when these particular endeavors come out, like biometrics and things like that, the attack is on our people first. And it's hard for me to not see this in this time period as a direct instigation to a civil war within our city with law enforcement. 2.5 million people's identities being flaunted and had an action. And if the feds are involved, so is ICE. If the police department comes together with the sheriff department, I know that all departments are in alignment. Don't mean that nobody got to tell us this, but it means that we know what's going on. The main thing is that we have to protect the interests of the people. And one thing is, in this time with a Trump administration, I know some of y'all might be pro-Trump, some of y'all may not, it doesn't matter. We're talking about people. And when we're talking about people, we need to focus on the things that are most important for people to thrive in circumstances like this. Everything in our society, in our community here in Milwaukee has been gutted from us almost. The resources are very scarce already. To instigate something like this, to institute something like this that will exacerbate the circumstances of our already fallen and broken in pieces communities is a definite attack on justice among our people. Specifically, I'm saying so-called black and brown people. Now, I'm a Moorish American. I don't subscribe to that type of classism. But the fact of the matter is that most of the people in this room do. And they understand it in that way. The main thing one thing is this. How can we have a mass lineup of people just to be looked at? You know, it's anybody can be misidentified at any time. There is no type of technology that guarantees us that there's going to be a non-arbitrary practice instituted here. There's never going to be safeguards for the people that are so-called black and brown, marginalized, impoverished communities, things like that. There's never going to be a protection and a safeguard for those people. So we're here on behalf of those people, these people, me, the same people that's behind me, the same people that's out there that care about this subject matter. Right now, ICE don't have a clear way up into the inner cities of Milwaukee, but they will with this thing being instituted and this bill being passed, for sure. They're going to be able to come into anybody's house, anybody's school, anybody. No one is safe, is my point. And then you got activism on top of that. Trump has already made it be known that he don't like activism. So this right here gives them a clean slate to do whatever they want to do to activists. Now, I'm one of those ones that in the time of the uprisings around Jacob Blake, Alvin Cole, Seville Smith, I've been in all those uprisings and at the head of a lot of those, right? And one of the things I know, they put me on an FBI terrorist list. They put me on an FBI terrorist list and I was number 3 on the list. And all I did was fund the movements and help people and make sure that there was food, make sure there was medics and things like that. Bystanders who believe in justice and the cause of people, these people are going to become more vulnerable. These attacks are going to become more prevalent. They're going to become more rich. They're going to become more intense. And the people are going to be ready to fight back. But when the people are ready to fight back, they're already going to have their information intact. And if the people even say the wrong thing or if they look the wrong way, their face could be the end of their day. And that's something that we don't want in this community. Now, I understand that the MKE and all these people need to solve cases and crimes, but that's what you fund them to do. The funding that you took out of the community, they already took the funding out of the community. Well, you're going to take more funding and you're going to repurpose these taxpayers' dollars to do some things against the people. It don't make sense to me. At some point, we got to put people first and not systems. It's always funny to me when I got to be here to appeal to a system that's made up of people about the humanity of the people. That should never be the case. But the fact of the matter is that the case. That's the case and it's always the case. Systems do not connect to human experience. And one thing is that they become abstract.
All right, great. But I got one last thing to say.
You could briefly conclude.
I'm going to conclude. My conclusion is this: people first. At least one time in the career span of anybody's lives that makes up the system among people, put the people first. Don't make the people's targets. Don't make them more victims. We're already victims of poverty and all the other attacks that come through this government. People first. All of us! All of us! All of us!
I'm also having difficulty reading this one. The first name begins with E, and then last name Kaufman, U-F-L.
Delete your code.
Yes.
Who out there?
Can I also just say, the TV in the hallway, there's no sound, so if they're out there, they can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if City Channel is listening, if they could put on the sound in the screen in the hallway, that would be very much appreciated.
And I know I was trying to watch Channel 2 and online, and it was muted. Just
I
saying.
think they fixed that part.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, people. I am Talibia Cole Muabel, and I'm just here to continue to speak on the issues of FRT for the people. And I'm sure many people probably came before me and spoke about it already, but we got to put the people first. I think that's one thing you signed up to do, right, in your position. Am I correct? Okay, let's keep that first. But I want to expand on the thought that with this FRT, it will continue to violate our First Amendment right. And I say continue because our rights are already being violated, right? Our freedom to protest, right? Nationally. Our freedom to protest injustice, particularly. My family, for example, is a prime example of why this type of system doesn't work. Right? My brother was killed in 2020 by Joseph Mensah, former cop of Wauwatosa. Right? Why was our family targeted? Why was our family being watched? Surveillance. Phone calls being tracked. And that continues to this day. Not just our family experienced that during a time of the death of Alvin Code and George Floyd, but other families out there that came before us. Targeted after losing a loved one. Rights violated as if they pulled the trigger. And not just the families, but the ones that supported the families out there. The protesters, community leaders, the community itself. Some of y'all probably was out there. None of y'all was out there. There was a civil case that included several protesters over a curfew violation that was illegal. These protesters were put on an FBI list and sent to several other agencies outside of Wisconsin. My mom was on that list. After she was beaten by the Wauwatosa Police Department. Beat her with the billy club, blacking her eyes for protesting for her son. And they continue to surveillance her to track her calls, like she's some type of criminal, when all she wants is justice. Not just for her son, for all those who's waiting on justice there. So, it's going to be more protests if you allow this to happen. And there's going to be more people affected by this FRT. So whose side are you on? Is the real question. Because someday it can be your family member. And next thing you know, they want to know, what you're saying, what you're doing. Like you're a criminal, like you're nobody. So remember that anybody can be in the shoes. Mr. Jeff. Because it's 9 times more likely to happen to you than your peers. So I say no to FRT. I say yes to the people.
You are at time. And more quiet.
All of us.
Or none.
All of us.
Or
None.
Todos.
Or nadie.
Todos.
Or nadie.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Merkway. I'm the Advocacy Director for the ACLU of Wisconsin, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in strong opposition to the direct and indirect use of facial recognition technology by the Milwaukee Police Department. At this point in history, the proliferation and use of surveillance technology by the MKE or any law enforcement agency should profoundly concern us all. Over the past 2 years, the ACLU of Wisconsin has testified both those with the power to establish or recommend policies and laws to prevent the weaponization of this technology by federal, state, and local law enforcement. On April 17th of last year, 29 people from the community showed up to this room to testify during public comment, and all 29 testified against the use of FRT. That day, we learned that MKE requested and used FRT search results from other police agencies for, quote, 2 to 3 years without any local policy in place and without the FPC knowing. The reason this all came to light? Contracts held by other jurisdictions were, according to MPD, quote, like a Netflix subscription. It's now limited in use. We've asked for too many cups of sugar from our neighbor. FPC commissioners asked very simple questions in April, like how many cases has FPC used or requested to use or received the results of FRT? MPD responded, quote, I couldn't give you an exact number. If we needed an exact number, we would have to go back through and look at each individual case. We can reach out to the partnering agencies because they have the logs of the times that we've reached out to them, and we can access that data. 2 months later, on June 18th, the Equal Rights Commission held a meeting where, again, dozens of Milwaukee residents and community leaders showed up and all testified against FRT. Much love to the ERC for acting swiftly and unanimously passing a resolution opposing MPD's use of FRT, even with guardrails in place at this July meeting. But at that June ERC meeting, we did not hear a response to that important question. How many times did MPD use FRT in criminal investigations by requesting searches from other jurisdictions? So I filed an open records request in June, asking for, in part, documents including communications regarding requests to other Wisconsin law enforcement agencies between January 2020 and June 11, 2025, requesting the use of FRT for assistance in MPD investigations. The response nearly 5 months later, after repeated follow-up, and finally after expressing our intention to file a lawsuit over the records, was that MPD does not track requests made for the use of FRT in individual investigations. They would have to review all cases within a 5-year time period. They had IT run an email search of all MPD accounts during those 5 years using the search terms facial recognition, and they identified 196,688 results that would be responsive to such a request. So we tried to narrow the request and also asked for just the police reports in the 16 cases included in the PowerPoint presentation from MPD at the FPC and ERC meetings, and 2 additional cases where FRT was indicated in the news or enumerated in a Court of Appeals decision. Alarmingly, in a handful of those cases, handpicked by MPD for those slides, the police reports, at least, did not mention FRT at all. In conversations with some defense attorneys, it appears FRT use was not turned over to the defense in discovery in some cases.
in cases where attorneys filed pretrial motions to get insight into the notoriously racially biased FRT. At the April 17th FPC meeting, that MPD wants to sign a contract with the company Biometrica to exchange 2.5 million booking records in exchange for 2 free facial recognition search licenses, one for the Fusion Center and one for the Criminal Investigations Bureau. The premise of the Fusion Center is data sharing among federal, state, and local law enforcement. The company says, don't worry, we use a third-party algorithm. We're not a facial recognition company, we're a big data company, rather than a biometrics provider. That should make us more concerned. Biometrica operates the UMBRA database, which stands for Unique Mission to Build Records and Arrests, a real-time, multi-jurisdictional database providing search capabilities against criminal records for lawful investigations and security purposes. A Biometrica contract signed by police in another jurisdiction requires police to provide Biometrica with continued direct access to historical and real-time booking and warrant data. That's concerning when another one of Biometrica's products, called eMotive, is a database system for organizations or private security companies to monitor employees or individuals continuously, notifying them by an encrypted alert upon potential arrests. To be clear, booking records include a substantial portion of people who were never charged with a crime, had their case dismissed, or were acquitted. We cannot be so naive to believe that trading 2.5 million faces doesn't make someone an obscene profit.
Bianca Shaw.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Bianca Shaw. I am a third-generation Milwaukeean. I am also the primary caregiver of my 14-year-old daughter. We live in 53224, and Alderwoman Larissa Taylor represents me in the district. I am here today in my role as the State Director for Common Cause Wisconsin, an organization committed to ensuring that our democracy is open, accountable, and protective of civil rights. Facial recognition poses serious risks to civil liberties, public trust, and democratic participation, especially at the moment we're in our history of making history. I am here today in strong opposition to the Milwaukee Police Department's adoption or use of facial recognition technology, known as FRT, in the city of Milwaukee. That includes any arrangement that trades access to Milwaukee's residents' images, such as an exchange of mugshots for free or reduced cost access to a vendor system. FRT is surveillance infrastructure. It is not a neutral tool. Once it is adopted, it will expand quickly. It will become difficult to control. It will enable persistent identification and tracking in ways that will present fear in the places of free speech, lawful assembly. It will discourage community engagement, and it will erode the expectation that people can move freely through public spaces without being cataloged. FRT creates unacceptable risks of misidentification and harm. Even with policies in place, the consequences of error are not abstract. And an incorrect match can mean an unjust stop. It can be interrogation, arrest, or prosecution. Those harms fall hardest on Black and brown residents and communities that are already over-policed and disproportionately impacted by our criminal legal system. FRT invites mission creep and data sharing dangers. Milwaukee residents deserve assurance that local data will not be used to facilitate harmful federal enforcement actions or other secondary uses. Across this country, immigration enforcement has accessed local law enforcement information and surveillance pathways in ways that intensify fear, silences witnesses, and weakens community safety. In our current political climate and policy climate, adopting FRT would further fracture trust between residents and public institutions like the Fire Police Commission. Free access is not free. Any proposal that relies on trading Milwaukee's image data for access to corporate tools raises profound ethical and governance issues. Milwaukee's residents should not be treated as a data set. We should not pay with our privacy. We should not pay with our rights.
and we should not play with our safety. Milwaukee has already seen clear opposition to FRT from community members and local bodies. I urge the commission to heed that opposition and act decisively by rejecting MPD's use of FRT and establishing firm guardrails that protect residents' rights and prevent the implementation of facial recognition in Milwaukee. At minimum, I respectfully request the Fire and Police Commission direct MPD to halt procurement, pilot, or use of FRT. I ask that you prohibit any agreement that exchanges resident images or data for access to FRT. I ask that you affirm protections against sharing or enabling access to surveillance tools for immigration enforcement or other non-local purposes. And I ask that you prioritize community safety, strategies grounded in trust, and evidence and accountability, not expanded surveillance. Milwaukeeans can choose a path that strengthens safety and rights together. Facial recognition technology moves us in the opposite direction. I thank you so much for your time today.
Emily Sturk.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Emily Stark, and I am here today speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Milwaukee County in my capacity as the Mass Incarceration Advocacy Program Leader. The League of Women Voters of Milwaukee County stands in opposition to law enforcement's use of facial recognition technology. Shortly after the MPD announced its intention to acquire FRT in April of 2025, the League joined the ACLU of Wisconsin and 18 other community organizations, urging the Common Council for a pause on new surveillance technologies, while policy was developed and passed to regulate the MPD's current use of surveillance technology, given that the MPD has been using FRT secretly for more than 2 years without a standard operating procedure in place. This was nearly a year ago, and since then, even more members of our community have spoken out about the dangers of this flawed and invasive technology. What is more, 11 members of the Common Council signed a letter to Chief Norman opposing his department's use of FRT, and the city's Equal Rights Commission unanimously passed a resolution opposing the MPD's use of FRT, citing civil rights concerns. The people could not be more clear. Facial recognition technology is not wanted here in Milwaukee. Yet, here we are tonight, even after Chief Norman told the community that he could not guarantee protection, that our information, that our civil liberties would be passed over to the federal government. Even after former Greenfield Police Chief Jay Johnson abused police surveillance tools for personal use. Even after ICE has been building a sweeping surveillance infrastructure that includes FRT. Even after the MPD said just a few weeks ago that it didn't have a plan for policy to present tonight, and have shown up to this meeting without one. I'm sorry, actually, is there someone from the MPD here this evening? In this room with us?
They will be presenting virtually later in the meeting.
Okay.
Shame.
That's convenient, thank you. Anyway, the community is still here tonight. For nearly 106 years, the League of Women Voters has formed our nonpartisan public policy positions from grassroots actions. Actions like those performed by members of this community present today who have voiced their opposition to FRT at every turn. The League of Women Voters calls for law enforcement programs and policies to be driven by evidence-based research. Evidence-based research on FRT has proven that technology is a product of humans' own biases and racism. The research has shown us that FRT does not work. The League's position on policing practices also calls for community participation in the development of policy and independent citizen oversight to ensure police accountability. Any policy about FRT developed by the MPD must incorporate the voices of the advocates in this room. Good policy cannot be drafted by the MPD alone. It must include input from the community and organizations closest to the issue. As a 106-year-old nonpartisan organization that backs positions, not candidates, we must underscore that law enforcement's use of FRT is dangerous at any moment in history. To reiterate, the League of Women Voters of Milwaukee County opposes Milwaukee Police Department's present and future use of facial recognition technology. Thank you for your time.
And Baptista?
Let's go, Ann.
Woo-hoo!
Great. Thank you, Chairman Spencer and members of the Police and Fire Commission for holding this public hearing. My name is Ann Baptista, and I'm co-chair of Peace Action in Wisconsin. I wish to vehemently oppose not only expansion of the use of facial recognition technology, but any use of this technology by our local police. We've already seen the ICE officer kill Renee Good while filming himself. We've seen videos of another ICE officer who threatened protesters with a camera, freely admitting he was collecting data on protesters and even stating that this would be fed into a large database. The police want to have facial recognition data, not just on those committing a crime, which we've already seen is very flawed, this technology is not accurate, but they want to collect that data on all of us. What the Stasi wouldn't have given for such a system in East Germany, with huge databases, data centers going up around Wisconsin. One can imagine how our facial recognition data can be coalesced with all the other data we provide digitally, as Emilio described, via our phones and computers. That kind of individual dossier, of course, increases the power of the police and decreases the power of the citizen. As Ed Snowden has stated, and I paraphrase, once we are surveilled, and as the advocate for the ACLU stated, this changes our relationship to government. We are no longer citizens. Rather, we become subjects. As Snowden stated, and I quote, "Study after study has shown that human behavior changes when we know we are being watched. Under observation, we act less free, which means we effectively are less free." Facial recognition data is also a prerequisite for digital IDs, which are currently being pushed in Europe. Ultimately, such IDs could be used to regulate access to both physical and digital services, such as banking, job opportunities, medical care, and anything we do online. We do not want to even approach any system like that in our country. Expansion of the use and acceptance of facial recognition data is on the slippery slope toward such government control. We do not want to increase, we do not want even any facial constitutional protections for our privacy, but they will be effective only if citizens fight against their erosion. I think our time shows us this day in and day out. Let them not erode further. Please reject the use of facial recognition data, any increase in the use of that data, of that technology by the Milwaukee Police Department. Thank you very much.
Matthew Maskey.
And just flagging the time, so this will be the last one before we pause for the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. So I will keep this as brief as possible. I want as many people to be able to speak as is possible. So the first point that I would like to cover is 2.5 million. That is a huge number. To put it in context, the 7 counties that make up the greater Milwaukee area have an estimated combined population of 2.03 to 2.05 million. 2.5 million is way more than that. Where is this information coming from? Next, this is a very important point. Having a mugshot on file does not mean that you have been convicted of a crime. That's it. Now, many people have spoken to the flaws of facial recognition technology. I'm not going to argue with that. The point I would like to make is that these flaws create a bad situation, and they make bad situations already worse. Milwaukee is one of the most segregated cities in the country. To have this kind of flawed technology out there is just bad. Best analogy I can think of is playing with matches, already a bad idea. Playing with matches as you're in a warehouse full of dynamite is worse. So, the last point that I would like to make is facial recognition technology and surveillance of any kind does nothing to prevent crime. It's just sitting there recording what's going on. Yes, prosecutions may happen because of it, but that doesn't change the fact that the crime has been committed. So, thank you so much for your time, and yeah, we'll get to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think I actually think Katie joined us.
Yes, she did.
Okay, so I think we can, there she is, okay. So I think we can move now into the presentation from Katie Kinsey, right, Katie?
Right.
From the NYU,
Not sure where my,
Item 6 on the agenda.
okay, we're skipping ahead and then we'll go back to public comment. Over to you, Katie.
okay, great. So I think someone's operating the slides for me, but I'm just not sure I can see them right now. Okay,
They're
maybe
not
I will.
quite yet, I think.
Great. Okay, perfect. Great. Now I can see perfectly. Okay, great. Thank you for having me at this important hearing. I'm Katie Kinsey. I'm Tech Policy Counsel at the Policing Project at New York.
Hang on 1 second, Katie. We're having trouble. The volume is kind of low on our end. Maybe we can turn up the volume on the TV. Sorry, Katie. 1 second.
No, just let me know.
We got a room with lots of folks, so we want to make sure everyone can hear. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, let's try again.
Hey, how's that sound?
Better, y'all? Okay, yeah, we're good.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna just start over. So I am, well, I'm grateful to be here. This is an important hearing, and I appreciate you having me as your guest. So I'm Katie Kinsey. I'm Tech Policy Counsel at the Policing Project at New York University School of Law. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan research center housed at the law school there, and our mission is to promote democratic policing. And so what that means is that we work to make sure that there are laws and policies in place that are enacted through a democratic process to govern how police keep us safe. So hearings like this, where you really get an opportunity to hear public voice on public safety issues, are core to what our work is and how we think public safety should happen. So we at the Policing Project, one of our major focuses for many years now has been police use of emerging technologies. We think there is both, can be great promise for public safety in some of these technologies, as well as great peril. I personally have been working on policy around law enforcement use of facial recognition technology for over 5 years. And during that time, a big part of our work is that we make it a point to consult with all stakeholders. So that means we work directly with law enforcement frequently. We work with other civil liberties and civil rights advocates, with community activists, tech vendors, anyone who will come to the table in good faith. We will come to the table with them because we think that's the best way to get good policy. So everything that I'm going to talk about with you today comes from this 5 years of research and this discussion that we've had with diverse stakeholders on this topic. I know you've had some discussions before I got here, so I do apologize if some of this is repeating things that folks have said, but I really just wanted to try to level set around what this technology is, how law enforcement is using it, and what some of their concerns are. So I think we can go through this slide. What this technology is, how law enforcement has been using it, what are the potential benefits and risks, and what are the necessary guardrails if law enforcement is going to use this technology. Next slide, please. So the key takeaways that I have for you all for this presentation is that there are potential, yet unproven benefits to this technology in most cases when we're talking about So emphasis here on potential, because as you'll see later, we don't have really any kind of good accounting of the impact of law enforcement use of this technology, despite the fact that it's been used for many years now. Second, I'd like everyone to understand that there really are real risks to the use of this technology to our civil rights and civil liberties. Perhaps most importantly for this body, my next takeaway is that communities should be the ones who are weighing the benefits and risks themselves and deciding whether this technology is appropriate in their various jurisdiction. I am not going to make any kind of recommendation up or down about whether it's appropriate for the Milwaukee police to use this technology. That is up to the citizens of Milwaukee to decide, and their policymakers to decide with them. The one thing I will recommend and will say unequivocally is that if law enforcement is going to use this powerful technology, it has to use it subject to really strong guardrails that protect our rights and liberties. And I'll get into what some of those are. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is facial recognition technology? Let's start from the basics. You can go to the next one. So at bottom, it's a technology that uses AI to identify someone by comparing a photo of an unknown face to some database of images of known faces. So that could be a mugshot database, which we frequently see in the law enforcement context. It could be a driver's DMV database. That's another very frequent database. Or there's even a company many of you may have heard of called Clearview AI that has scraped every public image that's on the internet and created a database of all of those images and allows law enforcement to search against those images when Clearview is their client. Okay, next slide. So I think of facial recognition technology as being kind of a 4-part process. So it starts, you can actually click next, there's going to be like a few little words, yeah. So it starts with the image that you're trying to identify, which is often called a probe image. So in the law enforcement context, this typically would be maybe an image from a CCTV or surveillance camera that's at the scene of a crime that's been committed. And they pull a still image off of that camera feed. It can be a cell phone image. It can be an image taken from social media. These are all common sources of probe images in the law enforcement context. Next, I think you can hit next. So you take this probe image and you search it against the software where an AI model is doing a comparison against a database of images. That's the next slide. Right? And the AI is searching the unknown image against this database of images and making a probability guess, a very sophisticated guess, about what images in the database most closely match the unknown image that was submitted. And finally, the last step in this process is there is some sort of human review right now. So typically it is an officer, whether and the degree to which they are trained in facial recognition. That really depends by agency. Some agencies have specialized units. Some agencies, it's just the officer who is conducting the casework, who has no specific training. But there is a human review process at the end because the model, the software is going to spit out some number of faces. Typically, it can be anywhere from 0 to 1 to, I think the FBI for a time, they had it spit out 250 faces, no matter what. And then a human is reviewing those faces to determine if action is going to be taken based on those faces that the model spit out. Okay, next slide. So let's talk about how these have been using facial recognition in this country. So, at bottom, they're using it to identify unknown suspects, witnesses, or victims. There are 2 types of application of facial recognition. The first is sometimes called ex post or like after the fact facial recognition use cases, and that is when a crime's already been committed and the police are taking that still image from the surveillance camera and searching it against the database after, not in any kind of real time or live use. That's the other type of use case. So after the fact is really how I've seen police use it most commonly up till recently in the US. It's more of this post hoc investigative use to generate a lead to conduct further investigation. Now there's another way to use facial recognition, which is real time. This has been more common. The London Met Police, the police force in London is kind of the pioneers in this technology. This means a use case where there are cameras that are live scanning any face that passes by the camera and pretty much instantaneously matching the faces passing by the camera to some watch list of faces. So in London, they have these kind of specialized vans. You can see one here that are outfitted with these special cameras, and they bring them to high-profile events or situations where they think there could be criminal activity. They create a watch list of faces and they run these cameras live against every face that passes by and see if they get a hit. Now, typically that has not been the way we've seen law enforcement use facial recognition in the States. That has started to change a little bit, camera facial recognition. And I think some of us have probably seen in the news with ICE deployments in Minneapolis, the frequency with which we're seeing them use mobile facial recognition. So using a facial recognition app on their camera and identifying people pretty much in real time by using their camera app to run the facial recognition software on the ground. That is a bit newer, but I expect that trend to sort of continue. Okay, next slide. Now, why do police want to use this technology? I think that's also kind of intuitive to understand, or not difficult to understand at least. It offers the promise of identifying suspects more accurately, more precisely, and more quickly. If you think about how police conducted identification before this kind of application, it could be a somewhat manual or analog, or at least a much slower digital process. Back before any kind of digitization, you would have police manually searching through mug books. You would still probably have some kind of basic digital filter that returned a pretty imprecise list of faces from a mugshot book. Facial recognition algorithms offer the ability to compare millions or billions of images in a matter of seconds and return a list of candidates that the model says are most likely the unknown person. So it offers the promise of much faster identification. Now, what do we know about these benefits? How have they played out in the real world? You can go to the next slide. We have some anecdotal data, some examples of the utility of this technology. In London, where they have much better tracking and reporting of how they use this technology and what the outcomes are. Last year, they reported that they could attribute 1,000 arrests that they made to the use of facial recognition technology in London. A report from DHS in 2023 reported that the facial recognition program they were using there to help solve child sexual exploitation cases helped them identify 300 child sexual assault victims. Again, these are just really kind of small anecdotes in decades and thousands of agencies using this technology. But we have seen, some agencies come out and say, well, here's the crimes that we've solved and here's some numbers that we've gotten. Okay, next slide. So what about the risks? Well, they are many and they are serious. So I think starting kind of at the most fundamental one is there's the risk that it's just not very accurate. And this inaccuracy from the use of facial recognition can come from different parts of the facial recognition pipeline. So you could have an algorithm that itself makes an error. It has a high false positive or false negative rate. And have errors because the model's pretty good, but it's searching a database that doesn't have the image it's looking to find in it. So, think about a mugshot database. That's a somewhat limited, constrained set of faces that are going to be in that database. It's people who have come into contact with the criminal system before. And now you're trying to identify someone who committed a new crime. And there's not really good data to show that someone who committed a new crime committed a crime in the past. So if you're searching against a database for someone who's not in it, the algorithm can't find it. So, you have to think about sort of what are your data inputs and what are your data outputs and what's the chance that there is going to even be a match in the source that you're searching. Then you can have errors from the human part of the process. So, the algorithm could return 10 candidates, one of which could be a true positive, and then the human reviewer could pick the wrong one because humans are actually really not good at identifying faces that they've never seen before. We're really good at facial recognition with people we have met before. We're really bad at it for people we've never met before, differentiating between two unknown faces. There's good science on that. There's good literature on it. So you don't have to trust me. You can look up the science, but it is true. And one of the toughest things about trying to assess the accuracy or inaccuracy of facial recognition technology is that there has just been no real world testing of this technology in American law enforcement context. So, sometimes the analogy I draw when I try to explain this to folks is that the only testing that we have would be like if you had a race car and you tested the engine in isolation from the race car. You just were testing the engine for its raw horsepower to see if it got significant power. And then you told me, well, I have a really great race car because I have a really great engine. Certainly, the engine is an important part of the race car, but other things like the rest of the car, the driver, all of those things will impact how that race car actually performs on race day. The only testing we have of facial recognition systems right now, the only independent testing we have, is testing of the algorithm itself, divorced from the rest of the system, divorced from the human reviewer, and it's really not enough to tell us whether or not it's going to perform in real world context. So I can't even really tell you that much about the accuracy because it just hasn't been tested in the ways in which we need to test it. Okay, next. Then we have privacy. I think this will probably be the one that, you know, is maybe top of mind for folks, maybe it's intuitive for folks. You know, this idea, especially when we're thinking of these more real-time or mobile facial recognition uses, that it's going to just be cameras scanning and identifying all of us, whether or not they're scanning our faces and identifying a watch list to see if we match or not. That's a pretty invasive way to be able to be identified by the state in public. Next question. Okay. We've also seen examples of facial recognition technology used in connection with protests, and that raises fears that it could chill people's ability to express their First Amendment rights. You might feel a bit differently about going to a demonstration if you know that you can be identified whether or not you're doing anything wrong. You know, before this, police probably had to come up to you and ask to see your license. Now they can just scan your face from afar and check your identity using this AI. Okay, next slide. And finally, there are also equity concerns. So, you know, when this technology was first developed, a lot of important studies came out showing that it was less accurate, the technology itself, for people of color and for women, among other demographics. I think there's been a lot of technological improvements over the years that have made that a bit less of an issue for the core technology itself. But you also have to factor into this equation the databases that are being searched. So, you know, if you're talking about databases that are based on police history, like a mugshot database, they're often going to be disproportionately populated by certain demographics, often communities of color, and those will be the faces that are exposed to whatever errors the facial recognition algorithm makes. So if you've got a database that's disproportionately Black, and you're using an algorithm to search against it, those are going to be the faces that, you know, come up with more false positives than, you know, the white faces that are less represented. So you still have equity concerns, even as the technology itself has gotten more equitable. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so one kind of point I want to make before transitioning to what do we know about actual police use, not just kind of the theoretical benefits and you know, concerns, is sometimes I hear folks say, well, you know, this is just police business as usual, because police always have to identify suspects, and this is just a better way of doing that. Whether it's better or not, you know, I don't have really the data I need to be able to make that judgment, but I will say it's certainly not business as usual, because just like we all know from using AI in our daily lives now, it enables a capacity that humans would not have. You know, we have to sleep. We can't do things as quickly as AI can do. So it's not just business as usual, it's supercharging police powers in this identification realm. I think that's important to keep in mind because it's not just replacing human powers, it's really amplifying them. Okay, next slide. I've been using it for over 20 years, and that's local agencies as well as agencies like the FBI. It is not a new technology, and it's been used, I think, in 2016. 1 in 4 agencies had access to this technology, and that was 10 years ago. So I would expect that to be much higher. Okay, so you can hit the next. So that's my funny graphic. It's a tumbleweed because we really don't know that much about how police use it. And I'll get into that a little bit more if you hit the next slide. And sorry, one more. And actually, you can just I think maybe 2 more. I'll get to all the questions on the slide at the same time. Yeah, great. So, you know, some things I would like to know if I'm trying to evaluate whether or not this tool is effective for public safety would be how often are police using it, for what types of crimes, to what result? Is it leading to more arrests? Is it leading to more crime solved? Of those arrests, how many false arrests do we know about? You know, I kind of want to have this basic data about use and outcomes to be able to make an evaluation about how effective it is and how serious the risks are that come with it. Well, the fact of the matter is I really can't tell you the answer to almost any of these questions other than, you know, occasional anecdote, because, you know, despite a quarter of agencies having access to it, there really is not this kind of record keeping and public reporting around what their use has looked like. And that is a major transparency and accountability problem in my mind. Okay, next slide, please. You might have to hit one more, okay. Okay, before I get to this question, which, spoiler alert, I won't be able to answer it for you, I do want to say, I just went over a lot of what we don't know about police use, which is this kind of basic facts of the types of use and the outcomes of use. What I can tell you about police use is that we do know that there have been serious harms that have occurred. We don't know the scale and scope of those harms either. We know that there have been, about a dozen false arrests, which might sound low, but again, if you don't have any transparency over this use, it's hard to know how many false arrests there truly are. We know that it's been used on protesters. Now you've seen it with some of these ICE deployments across the country. There were some headlines around 2020. It was used in some Black Lives Matter protests in Florida. Most recently, we've seen evidence that ICE has even been using it on minors, U.S. minors, citizens, which had previously been, it's actually still against DHS policy. But all this to say is that we are seeing examples of misuse and abuse, and that's why I think we're right to be concerned about this use, especially when it is unregulated. Okay, so this question about should Milwaukee use? Right, so I can in here and tell you about. I can't even tell you, what the general data says about its value because, like I said, we don't have that kind of transparency. I will say there is no one-size-fits-all answer to this question. It really is up to communities to decide what feels like the pressing public safety issues, whether this feels like a solution that could help with those issues, whether there is trust between the agency and the community that if there are guardrails and rules put in place by a democratic body, that those rules will be respected and observed, and that there will be a good faith effort at transparency and accountability. Those factors all go into deciding whether or not this kind of technology, really any kind of surveillance technology, I would say the same thing about. It is a localized community-based decision. Okay, I kind of covered this, so I think we can go to the next slide. Right, so my last real point is that if any community decides that it is right for them to use facial recognition technology, there must be guardrails in place to promote transparency and accountability over this use. And that doesn't mean guardrails that just slow it down and make it, too much of an obstacle to use effectively. It really means smart guardrails. If there are public safety benefits to be had, they are being reaped from this tool and are being done in a way that our civil liberties and civil rights are being protected. And so I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so I think the starting point for all of this for me is always just basic transparency to the public about how police are using it, and especially to criminal defendants, because that makes sure that if something does go wrong and someone is falsely implicated because of a facial recognition search or an investigation that involves a facial recognition lead, if criminal defendants have knowledge and awareness that this was used, they can at least do something to start to fight back in their court cases about it. And I think this is just a great basic ideal when we're talking about, the basics of democratic legitimacy. It demands this kind of transparency. If you want to even know, are you getting a good return on your investment with, as the agency, you're buying this technology, you're paying some vendor a not insubstantial amount of money most of the time, certainly over years, is it worth it? And then the due process point is really about criminal defendants. Are they going to be able to see and have evidence of why they were incriminated? Okay, so what are some of these guardrails that we recommend? I think we go to the next slide and I'll just run through some of the key ones. We, as a policing project, have a legislative checklist for what we think is required for sound use of this technology. I'm gonna, in a bit, have a QR code where you can link to that and go directly to our website. But some of the basic, most important guardrails that we, in what cases, what are the types of crimes, what are the data that are being searched, this kind of basic data on how it's being used must be tracked. And then they should report on this use. It doesn't mean they need to report like case level detail and reveal tactical information, but basic aggregate statistics about, how many times it was used and what kinds of cases and to how many arrests it was made. That kind of reporting is the type of facts that help the public start to make value judgments on whether this technology is worth it or not. Agencies should actually have a public use policy in place that sets out the parameters of use that folks can see and all be on the same page about. We recommend that use is limited to serious crimes, so we're not opening up any of the potential errors or potential civil rights and civil liberty risks of this technology to minor crimes and really expanding what is already quite a large net that we see with the criminal legal system. Officers should be trained on how this technology works, what it's good at, what it's not good at, when it fails and why, and then if they're going to be the human reviewers of the output, they should be trained in recognition skills. And finally, as I already said, it is a must that the use of this technology be disclosed to criminal defendants to ensure fair trials and due process. Okay, and my probably last recommendation is that, let's say you get through all of this and you decide we want to try this in our community, we're having this kind of crime problem, we've vetted the technology, we've put our guardrails in place. Well, you don't need to sign up for a lifetime commitment for this technology. Agencies can pilot it. They can set up a limited, time-bound, location-bound test of the technology where you're doing all the things that you would want the agency to be doing, which is tracking how often it's used, what are the outcomes of the use, doing this kind of reporting in a limited scope and in a limited area, and then evaluating how effective was it for us. Did it work? Did the vendor's tool do what they promised us it was going to do? These are all things that can be accomplished in a short pilot. You don't have to sign that contract for 10 years. You don't have to fork over, your data for the rest of time. You can work with a vendor to say, we're going to try this for a limited scope of time, and we're going to report out publicly how well it worked or how well it didn't, and we'll make the rest of our decisions from there. So I really recommend pilots if you are going to experiment with it. Okay, second to last slide, or maybe last slide, I'm just summing some key points. So this technology does have potential benefits for public safety as well as real risks. Whether it should be used is a community decision. If it is going to be used, it needs to be used with responsible, democratically enacted guardrails. That is really my key take-home point here, is that use it, and it should be transparent and accountable to the public. I think that's it for me. Yep, there's a link. Check out that QR code. That should take you right to our checklist. We have a lot of other resources on our website about facial recognition and other surveillance technologies. Again, I hope that kind of helped us level set around the state of play and the basic, things to consider when you're looking at an important decision like this in your community.
Thank you, Katie. We're going to take a second here to see if commissioners have any questions for you before we let you go. And thanks again for joining so late into the evening.
No worries.
I don't know why, but this evening I'm starting with the commissioners who are remotely online. So let's do that again. Let's see. Commissioner World Patterson, do you have any questions or comments?
I mean, there are a ton of questions and comments. And the community is aligning with a lot of what she said. So I'm just taking it all in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Evans?
Yeah, hearing a lot of really public testimony and really looking at the benefits and the things that are not beneficial to our community. And then hearing this presentation, I'm with World Patterson. Like, there's a lot to look at here, and I do hear the public's feelings toward this, 110,000%, absolutely. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Evans. Commissioner Snyder? Okay. Commissioner Spence?
Katie, thanks for the presentation. It seems as if we started this process on the wrong foot. There was no community dialogue about the use of facial recognition technology. My question is are there any communities that have done that outreach really well that you would recommend us looking at?
Yeah, that's a great question. Nothing comes immediately to mind as a great model, which is, I'm sad to say that that's true. I have seen sort of a limited example of this. So we worked once with the New Jersey Attorney General a few years back, and they actually did solicit kind of a public comment, an expert comment process about whether law enforcement in the state, because they get to set they have there. And they actually did conduct a public comment process soliciting this kind of feedback before they decided what policy to establish for state agencies. So I have seen examples like that. I haven't seen a lot of the kind of proactive community engagement and preemptive kind of policy making process that I do think would be kind of a better model for agencies to engage in when they're thinking about procuring these surveillance technologies. And that is also kind of a testament to the way a lot of these technology acquisition happens, which is it's a huge market for a lot of these vendors and they sell it really, really hard a lot of times. So it's not always that it's the agencies not wanting to engage with the communities, but they're being given the hard sell and being told that, their neighboring agency is using it and if they don't use it, they won't be able to close cases. So it speaks to a little bit the way that this acquisition typically happens. And I think the vendors have also a role to play in that.
Thank you. My last question is relative to a hodgepodge approach that communities that are in close proximity would take relative to this technology. We all know that there are, Milwaukee's about 400 square miles, Milwaukee County is about 400 square miles. And municipalities in Milwaukee County sort of vary relative to this technology, the use of this technology. And I'm looking to understand how other communities have dealt with that sort of dilemma. Milwaukee can decide not to utilize this technology, but it doesn't mean that communities around Milwaukee won't utilize that technology. And I'm looking to understand how that's handled in similar places.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
The other pieces, are there, and I think you alluded to this, are there any states that have stepped in to this conversation and have created policy that is then handed down to municipalities? Because I think that would be the worst fear that we would all have.
The worst fear of this,
I think here in Milwaukee, we are concerned with what the interests of our state legislators are relative to Milwaukee. And so if policy relative to FRT is handed down, it might not be in the best interest of Milwaukee.
Okay, okay, so I was going to say, I hear what you're saying now. There are states that have stepped up and legislated on facial recognition in the last few years and done kind of a varying degree of a good or poor job in terms of how comprehensive it is. But there are some good models out there. Washington State has a decent statute. Massachusetts is considering a statute now that would be really strong if they enacted it, and I think would be a really great model for any state. And I think there can be ways in which state legislation can be helpful in setting kind of a policy floor where it says, here's a model policy, and if you as locals want to go above that floor, you can. But obviously that can work the other way in a state where maybe they actually want to set more of a policy ceiling and not allow communities to kind of create stricter guardrails above that policy. I haven't seen that happen yet. It's more been the kind of floor model, but I think it's valid to be concerned about that when you've got political climates that are maybe different at the state level than in an individual city level. In terms of your first point about, what can you do if you set these guardrails or reject this technology in your community and they're being used in neighboring communities? I mean, I don't know that there's that much you can do. What it means is at least it's not being used on the ground, in your city and in your closest community. But I do think it's a problem we have in this day and age where digital surveillance crosses borders quite easily, and agencies, from the federal level on down can reach into commercial databases that kind of centralize some of this information. So yes, you might not be able to provide the kinds of protections you would want across every agency, every jurisdiction, and these kind of, commercial databases. But I think it doesn't mean there's not good reasons to set parameters in your own community, and that can keep people safe in your locality if you set guardrails that constrain the public agencies that you can constrain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Trump.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think this is an extremely helpful framework, and I did have a chance to review the legislative checklist for state lawmakers, which I thought was extremely helpful. So if folks haven't gotten a chance to look at that, I highly that unfortunately our police department in Milwaukee, as you may have heard, use facial recognition technology with no policy and without telling the oversight body. So many of the sort of best practices that are laid out by the NYU Policing Project don't match up with the reality of NPD's practice. But I do think that this is a really helpful thing for us to be looking at. Have you studied, maybe this is the opposite of Commissioner Spence's question, but have you studied any jurisdictions in which something similar happened where FRT was used without a policy, and if so, what were the outcomes there?
Yeah, I think you're probably describing more jurisdictions than fewer when we're talking about the use of this technology. That has often happened in the absence of a policy, and then something's gone wrong, and then, there's backlash, and now a policy gets developed. I mean, Detroit, I think they had a policy, and Detroit has had at least 3, maybe 4 high-profile false arrests because of their use of facial recognition. And each time, I think after the first time, they maybe created a policy, and then after that, they've modified it in different ways. But yeah, you see some really, the agency has to deal with a lot of backlash, and I think I'm sure that kind of makes their jobs harder at the time than if you had set a policy with public input, on the front end, which is what we always advise. I think more often than not, the reason laws in this area are passed and policy is made is because something has gone wrong, and the public gets upset enough about it, and bothers their democratic lawmakers enough about it that action gets taken. So I think that course of the story of things going wrong and then law and policy coming in after the fact is more common than the other way around. But I think it would be better if we could just think these things through on the front end, and better for police and better for communities.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that example of Detroit, as you brought up, particularly stands out to me. That's maybe the most recent place where most things went disastrously wrong. So that's worth taking a look at. And then my second question is, in Milwaukee, and you may have heard public commenters talk about this idea of trading 2.5 million booking photos. Can you talk about what NYU Policing Project thinks are the best practices around the fact that something like that type of database would include images of people who were dismissed?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of threads to pull on there that are probably worth talking about. So one is sort of the data ownership protection, data governance issue with that model of a vendor saying, we'll give you this kind of part of our product for free or at a discount if you give us your data. I think that should always just get your kind of shoulders up and be skeptical if someone's offering to do something for free, because it's not free. The vendor must be getting something out of it. And the 2 things that would come to my mind would be, one is they're training their model on it, which maybe doesn't have, maybe it doesn't have super nefarious consequences, but I don't know that we want our public bookings data that was taken for one purpose used to allegedly improve a commercial product. The other, probably maybe even more concerning reason would be that the vendor is building its own database of images that it wants to sell to as, a bigger, better database that its future clients can use. So it's kind of like the reason that company Clearview that I mentioned scrapes the entire internet is because now they have a way bigger database that law enforcement can search and maybe get better results because there's more photos in the database. So you've seen this in the license plate reader context. There's a company called Flock that's getting a lot of attention because they have a lot of clients all across the country, and they've kind of created like a national database of license plates by pulling together all their different clients' databases that they work with. So that would be what I would want to know in that contract, like who retains ownership of the photos and what are the rights that the vendor has if they're getting these photos from you. You know, on the question of, is there an issue with the fact that, you know, who's in the database, that it's people who, you know, were cleared of crimes and now they're still in this database that's searchable. There's a really interesting or difficult trade-off between kind of equity and privacy when we think about facial recognition databases. So, you know, on the one hand, you might say we want fewer people in the database and only people who like are proven criminals because they've done something wrong, so they deserve to be in a mugshot database. There's a reason they're in that database, and we should only search those databases versus searching a database of people who have not been charged or known to commit any crime. Maybe a database, you know, the DMV database. I think the problem there is you're continuing to burden the same people with the errors of facial recognition if you keep it as a database of just tools. It's going to do its job better if it's able to search a database of more faces. Obviously, that raises more privacy concerns, and there's some accuracy things that can come up with there. But it's not as easy to say what the right database is. That's another trade-off that I think you're trading off pretty serious constitutional values at that point. One is not inherently better than the other. You're just making a compromise.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, and I think we're getting closer here. I remember when we were talking, Katie, I just was surprised about this, but like you've been working on FRT, researching, you know, with vendors and community members and law enforcement departments. Had you ever heard of Biometrica before I mentioned them to you?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of them, and you know, it is true. I mean, I will say there's like a few leading vendors who have been doing this work for a long time. And like, for example, when you go to the airport, if your airport is using facial recognition, you would see their logos on the kind of TSA kiosks. They're like one's called NEC or Edemia. And there's some others that aren't quite as big as those that I'm familiar with. So I haven't heard of Biometrica. I'm not going to say I know every company out there. But they're not, to my knowledge, one of the kind of old leading vendors of this technology.
Yeah, I appreciate that just in the local context, because sometimes when you're talking about like a vendor coming to a local department, you don't really have a sense of scale for that vendor or how long they've been around or what they're about. So I just thought that was interesting when we were chatting before. I think Lee has a couple questions. Yeah?
Yes, if I can. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us this evening and giving us this presentation. It is much appreciated. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more context or detail on the point you made about disparities, particularly along racial and gender lines, in terms of how this technology works. What I thought I heard you say is that the initial versions of this technology had concerns with these disparities, and that perhaps the technology had improved such that there was a bit of an improvement. Could you just provide a little bit more context as to what you mean in terms of how significant the technology improvements are and what the remaining concern is? I understand there's a separate concern about the database and now about the technology itself.
Yeah, I can kind of go over that. I mean, I will say though, you can't separate it from the database. So, you know, I think people want to try to, especially sometimes vendors want to try to separate it, because the fact of the matter is that the algorithms have gotten better at the tasks that they're doing and have reduced demographic disparities. And there's a lot of caveats I have to give here, because again, I'm operating on a pretty imperfect testing base. What I'm saying is based on testing done by this federal agency called the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. They run this algorithm benchmark testing of facial recognition algorithms. They've been doing it for 20 years. Anyone can submit a facial recognition algorithm for them to test, and they have all their reports and all their standings, and everything is public on their website. They kind of run these almost contests. and they test the false positive and false negative rates of these algorithms. They test them along lots of different data set sizes, and they test them along demographic vectors as well. So they'll say, you know, how does it do on white faces? How does it do on South Asian faces? How does it do on men, women, all different kinds of demographic categories they test these algorithms on. So that is what I'm using when I say that there have been these vast improvements in algorithms, is looking at NIST testing scores from 10 years ago versus NIST testing scores today on these algorithms. And that credit is not like to the nice people at the tech companies. It happened because there were like computer scientists, particularly a black woman out of MIT, a PhD there, who discovered that these algorithms were really biased and couldn't recognize her face. And she was a woman with dark colored skin. And because she kind of exposed these issues, and it turned out at that time it had to do with, well, these algorithms were all trained on faces of mostly white faces, so it got really good at recognizing white faces, but it couldn't recognize something it had never seen before. It had seen way fewer faces of color, so it was worse at that. Now, they kind of corrected for that issue by diversifying the training data that they trained these algorithms on, so now it had faces of all different colors and genders and everything like that, and the tech itself, I'm oversimplifying, but it's gotten a lot better. And if you look at the NIST test scores by demographics, you'll see that there are algorithms that perform better for people of color than for white people. There are algorithms that perform better for women than men, and we're talking about pretty minuscule error rates for the best algorithms at this point. Now, a huge caveat there is because, like I said, that is like saying, I tested an engine divorced from a race car off of a racetrack without a driver to know that it's going to be effective on race day, and that's all we have here. So the algorithms have gotten better, but I don't know about that algorithm with the software that the vendor is using, with the settings that they're giving the agency, with the human reviewer that's using it. There's all of these other components that go into a facial recognition search that have massive impacts on the accuracy of that model and that technology. And none of that has been tested like all in one complete package. So I do think the algorithms have gotten better, but again, if you're searching an algorithm, it has let's say it has an equal error rate for black and white faces, and you search it against a database that has only black faces in it, the only faces that are going to experience the false positive errors are the ones that are in the database. So it's going to be black faces in that example. So you really can't divorce the one part of the process from the rest.
Fair enough. No, thank you for that. Can you say again what the name of that agency is that had that?
Yeah. It's NIST, N-I-S-T, the National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Okay. Thank you. One other final question I have is, I think MPD had indicated that any policy that they would come up with would preclude them from using an FRT kit in determining probable cause for an arrest, which I think is a very good idea. So that makes it a situation where you can use an FRT hit for a lead to generate other evidence or investigations, but not for probable cause in and of itself. And MPD has given the example of where they could show the photo to someone's parole agent to confirm the FRT kit as one example of how they could follow up on this. And maybe this was a question for MPD, but if you know, other than showing a potential match or a photo to a parole agent or something like that, how would you use the lead of an FRT kit operationally to develop further evidence? Are you aware of of how that might work?
So I will, in some ways, I think I am not the right person to answer this question. There's a couple things I will say. I will say that I think once you have a facial recognition lead, in terms of what you should do after, there's two things I want to say there. One is everything from there should follow like kind of best practices for eyewitness identification. I'm not an expert in that, but like Innocence Project has put out a lot of great work. Change just because the lead started with facial recognition. The other thing I'll say is I do think, it's a necessary guardrail to say that we're not going to use this as probable cause for arrest right now. It can be an insufficient guardrail in that without kind of spelling out what are some of the next steps that are acceptable to take in an investigation, which is, okay, confirm, something like ability and means to have committed the crime. Like confirm that the person that the facial rec generated a lead for could have been at the crime scene at the time and place that it happened before you just go and arrest them. I think there needs to be in, the police protocols more spelling out of what is independent investigative corroboration, because oftentimes that's left blank. It's just like a catch-all term for like, yeah, you got to do some follow-up investigation, and you can't just use it as probable cause. And what we see is, whether intentionally or not, there can be a very big biasing effect of the facial recognition lead, and sometimes we see kind of sham investigations, sham corroborative steps set as the next steps that are taken to arrest somebody. Like in the Robert Williams case in Detroit, the first known false arrest, they got a lead and they took that lead. It was a crime where he was accused of someone, they're trying to find someone who had shoplifted from the Shinola watch store. And they had a CC surveillance still, they got a lead, and they took it to the store and they showed it to a security guard who wasn't on duty the day of the crime and said, does this look like the guy in these photos? And, basically someone who has no prior knowledge of this person, a stranger asking a stranger to identify them. That's not good police work. So I think kind of you have to these technologies can be so powerful. We all see it, right? Like we all interact with these technologies and I think they can kind of feel like magic, and that can kind of affect human behavior and how they treat it and what kind of weight they give that evidence after. So I think spelling out a little bit more about what is acceptable investigative follow-up and what's not acceptable is a necessary add-on to also that guardrail of not just, lead only, not probable cause.
Yeah, just one follow-up to that, if I may, Madam Chair. Sure. Do you know of best practices or model policies to limit, I suppose, to the extent possible, potential confirmation bias around this area?
Yeah, there's some good work on that. I can send you some of I'm drawing a little bit of a blank of the kind of best stuff I've seen on this now, but there is. I think there's not, this human algorithm teaming. So I think there's still a lot to be figured out. I think what we think about the policing project as a starting point before kind of, the science has totally figured out what the right best practice is that at least a starting point is that users of this technology need to know about automation bias and what it is and understand why it happens. And I think the more users can know the ways in which these algorithms can fail, like how databases affect what the output can be, how model settings can affect, the more they can understand what they're working with, I think it'll help users place the appropriate amount of weight on what the model is doing. So for now, we're kind of focused on education, but I think there are some good practices from even like cognitive psychology, best practices for how to try to mitigate that bias, and I can probably send to Bree some of that after this.
Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, Katie. This was very insightful. Thanks for joining us. And
yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it. And then we're gonna reconvene now, or we're still in meeting, but we're gonna go back to public comment. And have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, on we go.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, sure. If we need it, yes. The answer is yes, you can.
Thank you.
Yeah. Back in 5, so it's the meeting speculate or other things. Hot here, right? Yeah. In the wintertime, it's hot, and then in the summer, my face is red.
I know, I'm like,
No, we didn't hear back about it.
we're in a hot flash.
You're worried you're having a hot flash?
Yeah, something like that. Or, no, not literally.
Looking your way the whole time.
You know what I mean, right? I didn't mean it like that. I just meant like, flush. Yeah, I said that in our play, I would.
I'm just happy I have a seat right now. I just sit here.
There you go. But it would have like, I mean, then I explained it, but like, I'm not familiar with that, but more not yeah, I'm yeah, but I didn't get it a lot. I got all the people that agreed with their feelings. But I like, I framed it as like, if I get arrested because of a felony because I'm doing, she says stuff about my kids are our future, and I'm like, well, my kids can't show up if I'm arrested and I'm a felony. And then everyone's like, oh.
Yep, kind of like the last meeting, just very long.
Actually, I asked the question. It was kind of weird, like, it was very stressful, so like, it was like jumping in there. Yeah, I love sharing. Okay, I was like, I love her. I said, how I'm going to be better.
Mayor is having sit-downs with Israel, police chief,
But he, I don't know last name, when he was walking back, and he also asked her about his stuff, and that's just like, she would just sit like, I would really support my thing. I don't know. I'm sad. Like, yeah, she said, and I do that. No, they can executive power, and no one in the party that you couldn't get that in. Yeah, that was probably yeah, thanks for like finding. No, I think
Oh, yeah. They've been here, but they
good. I was saying your mind breathing out like overthinking. It's good though. I that's a good hopefully you're feeling I just looked up the TV camera this wrong time. Walking by.
You shouldn't know it, you should understand it when you use the word fascism. What Israel is doing over there, and what they are trying to do here. First of all, the AI data centers we have been captured by corporate power. First of all, we introduced AI data centers. You're absolutely correct. After the fact that there was foreign influence now, we need permission to have a revolution. We're waiting on the politicians to say, hey, let's have a revolution. Stop it. You can't, I can't say, yeah, this is being smoked in the street. That's crazy. We're not prepared for that. It's just
Facial recognition cameras.
Okay. I said everybody knows.
That's what we have. We don't have control unless we take it. Nothing in the government has ever been given to anybody that as intended. The founders, the people who wrote the
did like 15.
Bridget, is everybody back online?
That's an excellent question. Dana is on.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're gonna get started again, everybody. Okay, so reconvening post our break, and we'll continue with public comment.
Next up is Samuel Blair.
Good evening. Good evening. As has been repeated many times tonight, FRT is incredibly dangerous. Unless MPD were developing a software company, there's no way in which the city or MPD can exercise accountability over such a third-party tech company. And we already know that our data is not and has not been safe in corporate hands thanks to Edward Snowden. There is no promise MPD could make that they would be in a position to keep because it will always already be out of their hands, this data. Nobody has the right to impose technology that is definitionally outside any possible accountability mechanism that the city or the police could impose. And on top of that, those are my prepared comments, but listening to the presentation earlier, I also wanted to point out that, whether through the sale of 2.5 million images to Biometrica, whether that gives a 2-year, provides 2 years of relief from payment. Eventually, if this technology is adopted, we're going to find ourselves in a position where MPD is asking for even more money than they currently have allocated to themselves at a time when they represent one of the hugest line items of the city budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe someone is trying to indicate that the volume.
We're good now.
Okay.
Oh, it's good, okay. Thank you.
Chris Lemon.
I'd like to thank the commission and you, thank you so much. I think that we have seen a rather microcosm of the city represented here tonight. I believe that we have heard a rather broad brush on a negative comment to having this technology. I was at Alex Brower's town hall 2 nights ago, and Heather Hoff was there, and she danced around a number of scenarios that the citizens tried to place, asking, will you protect us? They never agreed. She danced around. I can't, comment on scenarios and law enforcement needs to, went on and on. I don't think we can count on this city of Milwaukee to follow, the police department to follow good practices when it, and I hope you will keep the citizens in mind.
John Collins.
Good evening, thank you, Commissioners. My name is John. I'm a public worker here in the city, a wastewater engineer. I want to speak very closely on the same topic as the last speaker did, because we need to talk about facial recognition technology in the context of immigration and customs enforcement. Last week, Police Chief Norman met with State Representative Ryan Clancy. Ryan asked the chief whether Milwaukee police would uphold state and local laws when ICE agents arrive and break those laws. Heather Hoff faced the same question on Monday night at Alderman Alex Brower's at Town Hall. Rather than affirming officers' sworn duty to uphold their laws, their responses spoke of evaluating on a case-by-case basis and that they can't deal in hypotheticals. But anyone paying attention knows that for our neighbors, these are not hypotheticals. We're watching in real time as ICE assaults our neighbors in Chicago, Minneapolis, and beyond, shooting us dead in the street, kidnapping our children into unmarked vans, tear gassing their grandparents, detaining us in overcrowded cells, denying us basic medical care, arresting journalists, denying sitting congresspeople their legal right to observe these detention camps. These are not hypotheticals. It's happening just down the road. And at this point, it's immaterial to us if MPD points to some SOP stating that they won't aid or abet ICE, because, as Desmond Tutu said, if you're neutral in times of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. The reality is, right now, masked men bearing no badges are planning to come here and rip families apart. And it's not going to make us safer. 1 in every 3 people who ICE uproots have no criminal record at all, not even a traffic ticket. Out of every 20 people they detain, 19 of them have never been convicted of a violent crime. Innocent people are terrified. Their lives are at risk. But when our police are asked, will you do your sworn duty to uphold state and local laws, their mealy-mouthed non-responses are disintegrating the thin remaining trust that Milwaukeeans have in them to protect and serve us. Now, we do have community defense organizers here at work preparing for what's to come, some of whom you've heard from tonight. And I'm so proud of that. And mission is to enhance public safety for us residents, promote accountability and public trust, increase diversity within the departments, and safeguard the constitutional rights of all people. You can do all of that by barring this facial recognition technology from threatening our communities any further, and by fully committing to impede all ICE activity in Milwaukee when they do come, and it is a matter of when and not if. Our police need to protect and serve us. They need to uphold state and local laws like they swore they would. In every way you can, stand up against fascists.
abolish ICE. Thank you.
Eli Hare.
Get the opportunity to talk to you. My name's Eli, for the past 6 years I've been living in Milwaukee.
Sorry, just I want to make sure that the commissioners online can hear you, so just make sure that's for the listing.
Oh,
Thanks.
My name's Eli, for the past 6 years I've been living in Milwaukee. I'm a citizen. During that time, I've been studying or working with computers in IT fashion or otherwise. So software licensing, my wheelhouse. Recent innovations to technology and software has and will continue to improve our lives. However, there's a line where it stops becoming improvement and becomes a detriment. Where that line starts for everyone might be different, but I think the question that a lot of people are trying to pose is where do we draw that and how do we see the intercross that. Mid last year, Milwaukee PD's intentions to implement facial recognition technology became clear to the public. Articles published by the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel and Wisconsin Public Radio outlined the deal which would trade 2.5 million faces for 2 licenses to a facial recognition software. These identities would be traded to Biometrica specifically, a surveillance as a service company, in return for 2 free licenses. Other people here can speak on their concerns with privacy, civil liberties, and misuse of this technology. I'll use my time to drill down on the software company Biometrica itself. Who are they? What are they offering? Can they be trusted with our data?
No.
And why would they give license to their product away for free? Biometrica Systems, Inc. was founded in 1999 as a casino surveillance company. Filed for a patent in 2018 and then officially patented in 2020. If you go to their website today, you would read it with the following words in bold text. Being Big Brother is a choice. We said no to mass surveillance. Which is kind of true. Not only are they making the 1984 reference before I can, but it's kind of odd to introduce yourself in comparison to a cartoonish fictional villain. It's kind of like if OpenAI's header said something like, say no to Skynet. We're all thinking it, but it's weird that they're the first ones to call it out. Anyways, you scroll down through their site, Biometrica's mission becomes clear. The identification of persons of interest without storing video footage. To do this, they offer 5 primary services. Most of them are just identification systems. The one that I'm going to focus on tonight is Umbra, their law enforcement only database. This is the one that we know Milwaukee PD will be interacting with, as we will be submitting data to the database if this deal goes through. Each of these products are exciting in their own different dystopian way, but Umbra is the most relevant to tonight's discussion. Biometrica describes Umbra as a real-time, multi-jurisdictional, law enforcement-only database powering their other real-time alerting tools. This is where the 2.5 million mugshots would end up, and where they would live, with the 41 million other personal records that have been submitted by other jurisdictions, presumably this law enforcement only. The value of Biometrica Incorporated as a company likely comes from this database, which is why they'd be willing to give away free licenses for a period in exchange for more data in the database. Without this information, they don't really have much value to provide to the organizations they're selling the software to. And by feeding into the system, the Milwaukee PD would be enabling them to expand their control over the surveillance as a service market segment. This database also powers their claims of finding the one without watching everyone. This argument is along the lines of it is not massive surveillance if you are not the one being surveilled. Yet every face, video clip, and photo uploaded is processed by their system. There are holes in their claims, however. Biometrica makes it a point that they believe the product is not mass surveillance and that they do not store video information or information on the public at large. Unfortunately, they don't even need to store it. Their system great people's face, the location where the photo was taken, the device was taken on, as well as the time it was taken. So a large amount of data with each image that is uploaded. This then is passed on to a third party, where they themselves described as a black box as a benefit, because they can't see what's going on, what's inside of this server where they're sending this data off to. So they send facial data off to the device, and it comes back to them with just a yes, no, is it a positive or not.
You're on time.
Okay. I speak a lot slower than I thought I would, but thank you for your opportunity.
Carlos Rodriguez. Does anyone know if there's people still in the hallway?
There's a few.
If someone could check for Carlos Rodriguez, and we'll move on in the meantime to Lydia Powell Ortiz. Oh, sorry about that. Good evening.
My name is Lydia Raul Ortiz, a member of and representing Voces de la Frontera, an organization for workers' rights and immigrants in Wisconsin. Considering the residents of Milwaukee, our neighbors in Minnesota, and persons who respect the United States Constitution around the country, there is no opportunity to have facial recognition technology be used in good faith by MKE when the federal government and local law enforcement have not been operating in good faith with each other and the people in much simpler investigations into civil rights violations and murders by federal agents in the streets of Minneapolis and elsewhere. How can anyone in Milwaukee feel safe if the data MPD collects will be used to protect them, when the federal government demonstrates its desire to continue to control and silently remove people, including citizens and immigrants who have committed no crime, without respect or accountability for lawful processes? It is reported and documented that federal immigration enforcement officers are using facial recognition technology to document people, including lawful protesters, as we've heard tonight, exercising their First Amendment rights and classifying them as domestic terrorists. Immigrant families are in an existential struggle to feel safe in Milwaukee under the current administration, where upstanding members of our community are terrified to go to school, work, seek medical care, and report crimes that they themselves have been a victim of. Implementing facial recognition who now take huge risks to speak out and rely on others like those in this room to speak for them. So much of our personal data is currently being used and exploited for the profit and benefit of those who already have immense unaccountable power, whether in the federal government or private corporations. It is my hope that Milwaukee be an example of best practices and not another victim of larger, faceless systems expanding their control. In order to not continue to erode civil liberties and trust between law enforcement and Milwaukeeans, MPD should not make the wrong decision to move forward with implementing FRT. Thank you.
Liana?
I'm here to oppose Milwaukee Police Department's use of facial recognition technology. Milwaukee is already becoming a surveillance city. There are flash cameras everywhere, including at Mission Park Dome and many other parks in the city. Why do families taking their kids to the park need to be tracked and monitored? If we accept facial recognition by MPD, where does it end? Once these systems are in place, they get repurposed and abused. We've all seen the horrific things ICE is doing in Minneapolis right now with this technology. Mobile Fortify, the software providing FRT to ICE in Minneapolis. The underlying system, it was originally designed just for people entering and exiting the country. Now it is being used in ways never imagined. The ACLU's Nathan Freed Wessler says ICE is using this technology in exactly the confluence of conditions that led to the highest false match rates. A false result from this technology can turn somebody's life upside down. The
larger implications for democracy are chilling too. ICE is effectively trying to create a biometric checkpoint society. This is not hypothetical. This is happening now. The current administration has shown us exactly why oversight and accountability doesn't work. Last time I was here, I mentioned the Wisconsin officer in Nasha who was charged for using flock cameras to stalk an ex-girlfriend. And once the infrastructure is in place, it will be abused. We have a choice. We can choose a Milwaukee where families can go to the park without being trapped, where a computer error doesn't lead to wrongful arrests, where we don't build the foundations for a surveillance state. Or we can accept facial recognition and watch our city a full ban on facial recognition for MPD. Don't give them this tool. Once it's deployed, you won't be able to control how it's used.
Was your name Rihanna?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep
making sure we're in the
track
right
of,
order.
who still needs to speak. Carlos Rodriguez,
We have to find Carlos.
Corey Tomasic, yeah, good.
Just want to start off that I am calling for a ban on FRT and removal of any block technology from the city. Today I just have a handful of questions regarding MPE and FRT. Some are for clarification and some are questions I'm hoping to have answered since we still don't have an SOP from Milwaukee Police Department, which is weird because they've already used FRT in the city. One, what is the status of MPD's deal with Biometrica on trading 2.5 million mugshots of Milwaukee residents for access to FRT? Is there any update you can provide?
I do anticipate that NPD is going to address that in their update later this evening.
When are they planning to provide an SOP? Do we know that? And if they do, who reviews this?
I think they can speak to that as well. I don't know that they'll have an exact answer, but they'll address that subject here.
In terms of review, I think we can answer that part, which is the commission will look at it, and then we have, I think, already stated, last meeting, we talked about what our process is for making a formal recommendation. And I'm interjecting here, can you pause this time? I'm interjecting here just because I think it's important because of different asks we've received this evening. So this commission, post-Act 12, cannot ban FRT from MPD. What we can do is make a recommendation to the common council, but like a formal recommendation. Last meeting, we talked about what that process would look like for us, so that's, I think, that's what we're working on. And I imagine that would include also reviewing the SOP when they have it.
Outside of you guys, you know who else would review this?
SOP modifications and newly created SOPs.
Like big ones.
All of them, but they at least hear communication files on all of them. SOPs or standard operating instructions, changes.
I guess these are all kind of SOP related potentially, so it's kind of what I would love. I guess I would like to know eventually who will be using it and what the training looks like on that. How much transparency there will be around this technology, and will searches for FRT be documented for potential future review and audit, how that will. What is FRT permitted and when is it prohibited? The use of it, sorry. Will it be used in real-time surveillance or will it be used post-event? That's my answer, but is a facial recognition match considered probable cause to bring someone in for an interview? Where are the images going to be sourced from? For example, we know mugshots are used and from the presentation. She mentioned DMV records. What other agencies will have access to specifically MPE's data regarding FRT? Federal agencies, other police departments, or private companies? guess just to ask, since I have time, kind of from that presentation, she mentioned that FRT could be implemented with the use of guardrails and democratic legitimacy, but we already have a broken system where none of that really exists anyway, so why would we want to implement FRT in this city and probably just make it worse? Thank you.
I think I would just say that answers to a lot of those questions, I would think would come after the presentation of a policy or draft policy. We would need that before we have specific answers. Next up is Stevie. Good evening.
Hello. So over the last few months, I've had powerful testimonies, personal stories, sometimes with tears, anger, and fear. People with experiences and real-world consequences, directly or indirectly, at the hands of the MPD. And while we sit in a stuffy room and listen to a spokesperson for MPD try to upsell the commission on FRT, there's another careless cop out there on the street causing these type of harmful experiences in our communities. This type of negligence happens every single day. And this type of abuse is what destroys public trust if it ever existed. I listen to others speak and I think about what to say, I often think about if there was one more white paper, one more data set, or one more news article, hoping that it would sway the body if we just provided one more bit of insurmountable evidence that this technology is oppressive, dangerous, and racist, and honestly a rat hole for misuse and abuse cases. But these meetings really make it apparent that what the people have to say don't seem to matter. The people show up week after week rejecting FRT for months since the MPD slipped up and revealed that they were sharing passwords from another jurisdiction to use FRT against any existing SOP. Another unforgivable breach of public trust, if it ever existed. The Common Council, Equal Rights Commission, and county supervisors have all said that they don't want FRT. The police are using it anyway, and when we forget about it, while wholesale pitching sloppy SOP to the board whenever they find time amid killing our neighbors or abusing the existing surveillance technology like Flock to spy on their ex-girlfriends. The people are saying that they do not want FRT or any surveillance technology, including Flock cameras, but nobody wants to stand up to the MPD, put their foot down, and implement some reasonable policies that provide genuine oversight to protect our civil liberties and take a stand against next-level racial profiling and freakish police stalking. Transparency, accountability, public trust, these are buzzwords to the MPD. And it really feels like these are buzzwords to the commissions as well. Nobody seems to want to hold the MPD accountable and prevent them from actually using and implementing the technology. And maybe you guys can't because of Act 12, but like I said last time, something has to happen with that. Community-based interventions reduce violence, not tough-on-crime policies, bloated police budgets, or a slew of techno-authoritarian nightmare surveillance technologies. We need a full ban on FRT, all Flock cameras dismantled, and like I just said, Act 12 is something has to happen with that. Until something does happen with Act 12, it seems like oversight will just be a buzzword for this commission as well.
Tiffany Stark. I don't start the clock till you start.
Okay, so my name, I'm breaking stuff too. Okay, my name is Tiffany Stark. I am a Milwaukee Alliance member, an acute mental health social worker, and a community advocate. First, I'd like to start with follow-up regarding changes to SOP 660 with police pursuit chases and express my disappointment as I do not think this policy would have saved my child's father or would have saved any of those victims that died as a result of this policy. At least there is a policy, which means it can be changed, and I will continue to fight until changes so no more innocent people are taken away from their families for just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. What also really upsets me is still the issues with the communication between the FPC and the City Common Council. I have, talked to some of those folks. They never knew about the NYU report that you guys had on December 18th. Also, I've talked to some And they just seem to not really be really engaged. I also had called an older person and talked to them since they are on the safety committee meeting, which is important. And before I even could even tell them why I was calling, basically they asked me for my address and hung up on me. And that's very disrespectful and very, like, I just don't get it. Like, and so I'm very concerned, like, I love you guys, but you guys, like, there's just no communication between the bodies. And so that's really frustrating, not just with this, but with anything that we're trying to do here. It's just, there's so many silos. And it's like, I talk to people and they're like, oh yeah, you can come to the Fire and Police Commission meeting and talk. There is no public comment for the city common council meetings. So where do you go? You just go in circles. And so that just makes me angry. So anyways, also, as people were saying, I thought we discussed all of this FRT in April of last year. And it seemed as though I thought that we were very clear as the citizens, the county board, the city, everybody was on the same page, but here we are again. And research shows that many people that are black and brown are misidentified when using FRT. The controversy around FT even sparked some concern and was even on Law and Order Special Victims. They had a few episodes in 2025 where there was someone identified by FRT and charged for a crime that they did not commit. But evidence of DNA and another person came forward and they were cleared. This is very dangerous, not to mention. So basically, because I protested in 2020 to 2020, whatever, they found a picture on social media of me. Never was given a ticket, never arrested, but my First Amendment rights were violated. And my information was turned over to the FBI. So I find that very disturbing. Also, I would like to bring up another topic. Over the weekend, I ran into Nate Hamilton, and we were chatting, and we started talking about NPD still in non-compliance with the ACLU lawsuit from 2015 to 2016 with misconduct with Milwaukee residents being illegally stopped and frisked along with the body cavity searches. In 2018, this lawsuit resulted in NPD to implement reforms, which is still not being followed to ensure these stops and frisks are based on reasonable suspicion rather than racial profiling. When is NPD going to be held accountable or comply with this lawsuit? I was wondering if this could be placed on the agenda in the future, or we could get a follow-up on this status. And then in 2024, the RNC came here, and NPD, Milwaukee Alliance came with concern about out-of-state police coming here, and nothing was done, and they were worried about the protesters. And then NPD was blaming FBI, and they're pointing fingers. In the meantime, Sam Sharp was murdered by out-of-state police. And we need to get something on the agenda with stamp law, because guess what? In 2027, the Youth Republican Party is having their convention here, and we need to get a policy in place to prevent anything like this happening again, or any kind of big event where there's lots of police or people here. So, I just really wish we could get something on the agenda, because I'm really scared. We need to be proactive instead of reactive. And one thing finally to conclude on a positive note. I would like to thank you guys so much for hosting last night's viewing of Cycle, the documentary with Terry Sweat, who was 18 years old and was killed in June 2019 by Mount Pleasant police after a short pursuit after stopped for riding his bike without a light. I appreciate the FPC for having these community conversations and to talk about what happened, and these topics and these events can be prevented in the future. So I appreciate you guys doing those things and having those conversations. Thank you.
Mike Taylor.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. Thanks for doing this. I'm Clyde Taylor, and I've been here a long time in the city, my entire life. And in the early days of my time, this was a city of 700,000, considerably less than that. And the schools were 100,000, and that's half. And the housing stock, rental housing stock in the city has become
50 years older, I hate to say, and, because that's me too. And it seems like all the human things that the city, the county, the state, and the feds are responsible for doing for their citizens and constituents don't get done. We've thrown money that whole time at the Milwaukee Police Department and police departments all over this country. And those people seem to think abusing rights is their job and ignoring the abuse when they're not doing it. And now you guys, by our state decisions, don't have the power to make the policy. You can only make a recommendation, making all of what's said here not getting to the people who need to hear it. So, my biggest concern is that whatever recommendation you make not be based on what says, well, it's pretty good, it's gotten better, because it's still a black box, whether the algorithm is up front or 5 stages down. It's still a black box, and it can ruin people's lives. And it can do it for no good reason. And therefore, this is one of those times where, damn it, the perfect has to outweigh the good.
Right on, Clark.
Never will.
Ryan Berdini?
Good evening, sisters and brothers. I'd like to fully associate myself with everything I've heard this conclude repression. There would have been more of us from the Alliance here tonight, but unfortunately we lost one of our comrades at the young age of 24 years old. We're broken hearted. We still haven't forgot about Chief Norman. We still want to know why in the hell you went to Israel.
Why?
We still want to know, who'd you meet with, what were you talking about, and who are you planning on terrorizing here in Milwaukee? I was here 10 months ago, testifying against facial recognition technology. And then the Equal Rights Commission chimed in, the Common Council chimed in, since that time the County Board chimed in. I thought we were through with this. I was gonna stay home and rest tonight, but no, here I am again. So it's clear to me from all that I've heard that, and I think I've heard a police representative say this 9 months ago, FRT doesn't stop crime. Milwaukee Police don't stop crime. And the Department of Homeland Security certainly doesn't stop crime. In fact, they create a lot of crimes. In fact, if you want to cut crime in Milwaukee, I would still urge us to cut the Milwaukee $314 million police budget in half. And create some jobs and some job training for our young folks out here. That would really stop crime. But my biggest concern and question is, who the hell is driving this? Who's driving it? Why is this back? What's really going on? And if it's Chief Norman that's driving this, you really got to go, Chief. You got to go. So I would urge you tonight, to join with the Common Council, the County Board, the Equal Rights Commission, and the community. Vote this shit down. Thank you.
Carlos Wilson?
Gotta make sure I get all the boogers out my nose. I know y'all got that camera there. Again, power to the people, y'all. Hey, how y'all doing? Again, y'all looking all beautiful up here. Yeah, power to the people. Fred Hampton said that a lot. And you know what type of power Fred Hampton wanted for the people? Anybody know? Political power. The same power we sitting here fighting for today. Inside the domicile of doom, we are attempting to buy liberation from the same establishment that sold us imperialism. Ain't that something? Now, we got clue number one. We got Mayor, what's his name again, the little one?
The little smart.
Mayor Cavalier is having meetings with the mayors of Jerusalem.
Right.
Documented.
Right.
Clue number two, Chief, what's his name? Nelson. Yeah, this guy, he's flown over there and played Call of Duty with the Israelis, or whatever he was doing over there. That's clue number two. Clue number three, is this technology we are considering tonight? This is the same technology they use where, against who? Come on now, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me, can't fool me again. Hey, which politician do we need to call up to get permission for a revolution? All right, no, it will not be Benjamin Netanyahu. You guys, so here's what happens. 80 years from today, there will be a group of students studying political history and the history of the world. And they're going to make a critique on the decisions like we're making tonight. All right? You guys sit on a board of a city with a whole bunch of money. But we'll say this, you guys have the opportunity to direct whether that critique of those young people are going to be negative or positive. Those young people could say, oh gosh, those people in Milwaukee, they did it for us. Or the story could be different. Me personally, I sit just left of a Democratic Socialist. I am a pure socialist, running for governor of Wisconsin. After everything that's been said tonight, Clyde spoke of it. We are powerless. The Republicans know where the immigration raids could be. The Democrats have no idea. We are all power to the people, y'all. We have to. Some fires you put out with water, and some fires are special that you need to put out with fire. Rest in peace to Remain Good and Alex Preddy, too.
I just want to circle back and see if Carlos Rodriguez is with us still. Jen Wolstedt.
So she left, but she gave me her testimony. Am I allowed to read it for her?
Do you want to submit it and we can circulate it to the commissioners if it's in writing?
It is in writing. Is it an option to read it? Separate from my own? Read it. Okay. Thank you very much for letting me do this. So this is testimony written by Judge Wolstead. As a resident of the city of Milwaukee, I'm asking the FPC to use whatever powers you have over the Milwaukee Police Department to convince the department to cease its pursuit and use of facial recognition technology, FRT. I ask the Commission to weigh Chief Jeffrey Norman's disregard for the overwhelming public opposition to FRT against him and his performance reviews. His pursuit of FRT should be viewed as 100% connected to his policing exchange in Israel via Ginza. Milwaukee advocates for Palestinian liberation, including many local Palestinians who are subjected to Israeli surveillance when visiting their homeland, have testified before the FPC, warning commissioners that all the surveillance tech that law enforcement adopts was spearheaded in apartheid Israel to oppress Palestinians. That tech and those violent policing techniques are increasingly adopted by American law enforcement, now in service of the tyrannical Trump administration. The domestic terrorists Chief Norman cross-trained to oppress are political dissidents, and like all law enforcement, he will share his tools with the Department of Homeland Security. Just last month, Minnesota resident Nicole Good was volunteering as a legal observer when a DHS agent took her photo and uploaded it to an FRT database. Or maybe I'm mixing it up, I'm sorry, Nicole Cleveland is the name. 3 days later, her global entry and TSA pre-check privileges were revoked. This incident was disclosed in a January 21st, 2026 lawsuit she filed against DHS. MPDs claim that they need FRT to solve local crimes as a cover story to distract from the true purpose of building nationwide surveillance infrastructure that is fundamentally undemocratic and unconstitutional to its core, regardless of what political party is in power. The majority of the Milwaukee Common Council has informed Chief Norman of their opposition to the adoption of FRT. Milwaukee's Equal Rights Commission unanimously passed a resolution opposing FRT. The Fire and Police Commission must use its power to hire and fire the MPD chief by making it clear that Chief Norman's total disregard for the public's demands will be weighed against his performance reviews and contract renewal considerations. Chief Norman has shown unwavering intent to violate our constitutional rights, and for that, he should be fired.
General Counsel. Good evening.
I am attorney Jennifer Outfit. I work as a children's best interest advocate here in Milwaukee. The commission is here to consider becoming but it has a parent company, Morpho Trust USA. Surely with a name like that, that's gonna mean it's an American company. Nope. Morpho Trust USA has a parent company, Safran, a French military aerospace company. You are out of your mind if you think the data is going to stay safe and local. There are so many nesting dolls of private investors and foreign money that it can be hard to peel back the curtain. As for direct investors, Biometrica is invested/owned by Lighter Capital and Stealth Point LLC, two companies I've never heard of and I doubt anyone here has ever heard of. Good luck finding out anything about the boards of either of those companies, or finding out about how much direct involvement they would be able to have access to in regards to the data you'd be sending off around the world. Lighter Capital, specifically on their website, brags about using programs for their 600 plus invested international companies to share information and grow. What kind of information do they allow to be spread in their private, secret internal systems? Who knows? That's not discussed, and this board will never know. By turning over information on Wisconsinites to a Nevada-based company, owned by a Connecticut company, owned by a Parisian company, and invested in by Seattle and San Francisco millionaires, we gain nothing except for a racist computer guessing who it wants to call a criminal. Biometrica has only 21 employees. It's younger than I am. Public filings show that it hasn't been profitable since 2016. When it goes bankrupt one day, and it will go bankrupt, there is absolutely no guarantee of ongoing data protection. We have already seen this from other biometric tracking companies like 23andMe, who turned around and sold off people's supposedly, but not legally protected genetic data to the highest bidder the second it went bankrupt. When you turn over what should be protected data of citizens to whatever company bribes you with free temporary licenses, you put every citizen immediately at risk. These licenses aren't free. You sell out citizens to buy them. And in Milwaukee, that means you are primarily selling black and brown citizens to a group of shady millionaires for the promise that more people in their community will be falsely accused. There is no oversight for these companies, and there is almost no protection put in place for if and when they fail. And let me be clear, this company will fail one day. It's been in a near constant state of fundraising for the last decade and never once declared itself profitable in that time. Set aside no idea who Biometrica is, how long it will be around, and worst of all, where this information will go next. I have seen no provision to exclude the captured faces of children. I have seen no provision to exclude those who were falsely arrested, never charged, or later exonerated. This is a staggering violation of the privacy of adults and children alike. This will hurt the children that I work for. I have already seen children whose families have been decimated in the cruelest ways you could imagine by both the criminal justice system and ICE. CPS is not appropriately funded. Mental health services for child victims of sex trafficking have been cut through the gutting of funding for wraparound services and rubies. Juvenile offenders are not getting the community support that they used to receive, and recidivism for youth offenders has shot up in Milwaukee. And this commission is considering recommending selling children's faces permanently to a foreign military company for 2 years of spyware. This is insane. If you care about kids, you cannot support their sale, because that's all this is. Thank
you.
Yep. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to
hear the voices of the citizens and the people in the city and the state. My name is MKE. I am a tech professional, small business owner, and a STEM instructor in the MKS system. I'll be brief. Facial recognition does not belong in Milwaukee block policy, policing. Many communities in Milwaukee are already feel watched, labeled, and misunderstood. Bringing this technology into our city sends a message: people are suspects first and humans second. The probability of misidentification and surveillance harms fall hardest on Black and brown communities. I actually had that happen to me personally, and I'll talk about that shortly. My hard ask is simple: vote no on facial recognition and MPD, and adopt clear moratoriums, no procurement, no pilot, which they already did behind our backs, no use through vendors or third parties. All of our data is going to third parties. If you guys are on Facebook, you already know that Facebook sells your information as well. They're going to do the exact same thing, especially when it comes to health and all these other things, your travel, what you buy, what you drive, where you go, all of that is tracked. Also, real safety without building a surveillance system that undermines trust and harms families. Katie mentioned when she was advertising this garbage that she worked with Dr. Joy Bulawami. And actually, I taught her in class with kids about STEM and about algorithms and bias. And one thing she mentioned was her only example, her only data point was London. Interesting that you mentioned that. And before I go into that piece, I was a kid. I was 12 years old. Me and my best friend were riding our bikes. We stopped at the gas station to get some candy. Two cops pulled up us, didn't say not a word, grabbed us, checked us, and said, we fit this fit the profile. Of what? We're literally a block away from our home. So the reason why I bring that up is because there is an article that came out, The Standard. This was 3rd of April 2025. Met police under fire under discriminatory use of facial recognition cameras in London. And the reason why I brought that up is City Hall Green Group has circulated figures that shows live facial recognition was used 180 times last year, with over half of these instances in places where Black population is larger than the city's average. So we clearly see that she left out some pieces about what they're doing in London. So think about us being in the number one surrogate city in the city, and a lot of these police officers are working in Black communities and then driving to white communities where they live and stay. So the last thing I really want to say is just be about the humans and not about a system that's ready to create more criminals and suspects just off of visuals. We already understand that Wisconsin is heavy incarcerated Black people, so we already see what can potentially happen in this state. And then also I have family. I have my wife's family is from Minnesota, so we hear day to day what's going on there, and that's only 5 hours away from us.
Ryan Clancy. Amelia Moran. Ibn Mohammed.
Before I start my remarks, can I just ask a quick question? Who invited the presentation, the expert tonight? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, as I begin my remarks, first I want to acknowledge the cowardice of MPD showing up virtually. And I want to thank my neighbors for raising so many of the important failures and dangers of FRT. Before I get into my own FRT remarks, I want to address the police chief's training in Israel. 2 weeks ago, over 50 people denounced the chief's training as dangerous and unethical, especially because he went during this ongoing U.S.-funded genocide of Palestinians. What wasn't challenged that night, unfortunately, was the framework of the counterterrorism training, so I want to do that tonight. JINSA and defenders of this trip say Israel is a leading expert in counterterrorism, and I reject that. We Palestinians are fighting for liberation against the real terrorist entity of Israel. So I reject that the chief got training to protect residents here. He got training on how to kill residents, especially if they assert their human rights to safety and dignity. I also want to note that there were an insane amount of police officers here the last time, proving the point I made during my testimony, that the police are going to treat us as the terrorists, so they can apply that counterterrorism training to us, simply for speaking out. So to FRT now, I've made my point clear in the past, my position clear, that I support a full ban on facial recognition technology, FRT, which is also an acronym for fundamentally racist technology. I can appreciate the historical comparisons folks have made to describe how these tools are fascist, but we don't need history when we have the genocidal state of Israel demonstrating the dangers in real time currently. In fact, the tech that MPD and the MCSO, I want to point out, the tech that they both want is from Israeli-linked biometrica.
Listen.
In Palestine, this technology is used to justify targeted violence and bombings, and is an important part of a protocol called Where's Daddy? This protocol waits for the target to get home to their family before they bomb that location, to ensure the entire family is wiped out together. It's really sickening, and we will see that here if we don't stop it now. For this reason, I want to add an addendum to the expert presentation tonight. It may be true that there's no transparent test cases of FRT used in America, but we have plenty of deadly test cases that have been used against Palestinians. And just a quick note, I was in Palestine just last year, and I was made to submit to a retinal scanner if I wanted to go to Jerusalem for prayer. I wanted to go, so I submitted to it, and then they decided that I couldn't go actually. And that information is still in their data system. And the entire process is extremely violating. Like, you leave knowing that you're never getting that back. That immutable characteristic, they have it on file. So coupling this experience with my experience sitting next to assistant police, I'm texting another police officer joking, right, that they already have our faces during the FRT presentation, referring to members of the public who are there expressing our fears about privacy breaches and data collection. We've heard many local examples of police surveillance abuse. One that has been left out is a recent allegation against a sheriff's deputy in Kenosha. Allegedly, a female officer in the same department is alleging that he used Flock and Polaris, which is another surveillance tool, to stalk her. This is his colleague, another police officer. I also want to mention that Verona is trying to remove its Flock cameras, and Flock has been dragging its feet on doing so. So it's apparent that both the users, the police, and the providers, the company of this tech, can basically do whatever they want. And in fact, I believe it was that Flock's first ever testing was done when they placed cameras in a Florida town without permission. And then the police were like, what are these things? And then they got to do a presentation about, look at all the data we collected for you without your permission. But really what I want to do here tonight is I wanted to ask a couple of questions of you all. The first is, I emailed the FTC shortly after the last meeting to ask for a copy of the chief's email notifying you of his trip to Israel. I haven't received a copy of that. How can I get that, and when can I expect it?
If I haven't gotten to your email yet, I apologize. I'm trying to get through them as soon as I can. I'm somewhat behind. But if you sent in a request, we'll take a look at it as soon as we can.
Thank you. I also asked a number of questions when I was here last. I can repeat them if needed, but I just wanted to see, like, are there any responses to those questions? And they're all about the chief's training in Israel.
So my understanding is the commission did request from MPD the documents like itinerary and stuff like that. We did receive those, are reviewing them, and I think are going to figure out what to do from now. I want to say to you, I'm chairing tonight. Chairs usually don't heavily weigh in with their own opinion on stuff, but I'm going to say, that I, as a commissioner, am worried about militarization of policing in America. And one of the things I heard multiple people say a couple of weeks ago was that, it came out of finding out about the chief going to Israel, but in general, there's this concern around militarized training, participation in 1033, and I think that is, as a commissioner, that's something I'm going to encourage this body to take up in terms of recommendations. One of the things that is, and I know everyone's so sick of my here with you trying to figure this stuff out. Also, this body is a part-time body, and one of the things that's so hard is because we're very part-time. It takes us a minute to get through these really important things that we want to do with a lot of thought, and Like 575 took a minute to get together, but it was so worth it because we did it the right way. It was very measured and thoughtful, and it has, I think, made a difference in the city. So we're going to be deliberate. We're going to take this up forward, but I wanted to let you know I'm going to be bringing that up, the militarization training generally for the department, and also 1033 participation in the future. Yes.
My other questions are more about like procedural stuff, I guess, because I just don't know. I think most of us don't know. Is MPD required to have SOPs? And if so, for what? Like for technology, for tactics, for, you know, like tools that they use? I don't know the answer.
You are at time, but I will try to briefly answer that. There is no specific rule that says when or if MPD has to create an SOP. Generally speaking, the norm, however, is that if it is an area or a piece of technology or a practice or an area that needs official rules, guidance, best practices, those should be codified in the standard operating procedure or standard operating instruction.
So that's like, basically, I mean, the term that comes to mind is like a gentleman's agreement, like, you just kind of understand when it needs to happen, but it's not required.
It's not a gentleman's agreement, it is a norm.
A norm, okay. Has it ever been required?
We're over time. I'm trying my best to answer the question, but you're asking a very general question about when or when not a policy has to be made, and if there's a rule about that. That's a difficult question to answer. There's not a specific rule. If there's an area where it is good practice or required, the norm is that they do make those policies.
Okay. That's not very, you know, comprehensive, but I'll just leave with two questions. You don't have to answer them. We're going to say them.
You are at time, so I would ask that you wrap this up so that other people have time to finish their
I would like
comments.
to know if the FPC has communicated to the Sheriff's Oversight Board, because there's concerns about how, you know, the city could use the sheriff's technology, because they are also pursuing this, and then that the sheriff is particularly cozy with biometric theft, who is here not to own but blanket citizens.
All right, Franny O'Toole. Good evening.
Good evening. Just thank you for listening and thank you to you all for sharing. My name is Franny O'Toole. I work in public health. I wanted to speak just very briefly to the relevance of all of this to public health. This morning, my team was on a call with folks from the health department in cities, and we heard about how folks aren't coming to the WIC clinic, folks aren't getting vaccinated, folks who are unhoused are not seeking warming. And this is what we mean when we talk about the public being scared. This is what we mean when we talk about the chilling effect. We mean that the purpose of city government to serve its constituents in all manner of ways, to perform, to ensure safety and to deliver services, it goes well beyond just public, it goes well beyond just policing, right? And there's a trade-off here, you know? And I think it's really important to consider that when we create a culture of fear, we're promoting kind of one version of safety that damages and detracts from another. I also want to I'll just kind of close the conversation with this department. It was very grim. There was a moment at the end where we could kind of have a bit of relief and talk about the ICE, you know, there has been slight diminishment in the ICE presence. I think that's because ICE as a threat could leave the community. But if this technology is established here, there's no leaving the community, you know, it's here, there's no end. And I think that's a really important thing to consider, and I urge you all to do everything in your power to keep this out of our community.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mike Oranger. I have no fancy titles. I am just one man against the use of this technology, and I echo those comments. You may be thinking to yourself that these technologies could be useful, that they may help solve crimes. You may be thinking to yourself that with the proper safeguards, these technologies will only be used for good. If you are thinking these things, I do not blame you, but I would implore you to rethink those beliefs. Anyone who knows me knows that I am a giant nerd. I love fantasy and science fiction, and I have often wondered and fantasized about what it would be like to live in one of my favorite movies or books, how cool it seemed to be able to live in a cyberpunk future Neo-Tokyo or mega Los Angeles. I even ran a campaign of a tabletop RPG, Shadowrun, and envisioned what a cool cyberpunk future Milwaukee would look like. But I am increasingly terrified by what I see happening around me. As our country not so slowly falls to fascism, I worry that we are already losing a battle that we do not even know we are fighting. The Pandora's box of AI has already been opened, and we will feel the negative effects of its proliferation. As the use of facial recognition technologies are adopted around our country and the world, we see countless examples of how the safeguards that have been put in place fail the public that those safeguards are meant to protect. Milwaukee should stand as a city that fights for the rights of its citizens. Not only should we ban and oppose the use of facial recognition technology, but we should be working to roll back the use of surveillance technologies that are already being used. We should be limiting the data that is collected on the people here in Milwaukee and destroying data that has already been collected, no matter the safeguards that are put in place or the promises that are made by people in power. I urge everyone here to help make Milwaukee a city that stands up for the people and their rights to privacy. Please don't let the city we love become a dystopian surveillance state where everything you say, every place you go, and everything you do is reported and tracked. I promise you, this may seem like some crazy science fiction story, but these things are already happening. It is obvious that the public does not want this. Please help us work to keep these stories fiction and not reality. Thank you.
All right, circling back, this is the last call for Carlos Rodriguez. Maddie Wright.
She had to leave, but is it okay if I read her? Right, again, I am speaking on behalf of Maddie Wright. My name is Maddie Wright. I have been a social worker for the past 10 years. One of the biggest statutes that we have to follow as social workers is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, to ensure that people's confidential information isn't shared without their permission. Many professions are bound by HIPAA. If MKE is willing to essentially sell 2.5 million mugshots for the ability to track Milwaukee residents without individual or even community permission, then what will stop them from taking more and more information that will then be fed into the fusion center that is shared amongst many different law enforcement agencies? Heather Huff said at the meeting with the Equal Rights Commission in June that we were lucky that the MPD had, quote, asked for permission instead of forgiveness, end quote. That tells me that there isn't a way to stop them and leaves me having no trust in their ability to support the Milwaukee community. We have heard the data that shares how racist and inaccurate FRT is, but what people don't see are the real-life effects that small mistakes can have. Having worked in shelters for 7 years as a professional, I have seen and supported humans who have been falsely accused, and there are real-world, long-lasting consequences: loss of job, income, housing, and relationships, to just name a few. All of these losses create a bigger gap in our community, and with all of the federal funding cuts, there are fewer community supports in place to help. There are many things that increase, though. We have heard about the increased fear that immigrants have of leaving their homes, and this is before ICE is fully here in Milwaukee. I wouldn't be able to imagine the magnitude it would grow if we were watching Minneapolis if we were watching Minneapolis right now, excuse me. In Minneapolis, FRT has been used by ICE to target which immigrant communities that they want to hit next, to continue to kidnap, murder, and terrorize our communities. With increased fear comes increased trauma, and when people are in survival mode, then they cannot thrive. I say no to FRT because I believe that we all want to live in a community that thrives. Thank you.
Amy Donahue.
I came here a little late, as usual, trying to be in multiple places at once. About the harms, and a lot of people are speaking to that, and I just want to ask and hope that it goes into any recommendation. Where is the actual long-term benefit for any of this technology? For community, everyone is saying there's no benefit. Anything that's short-term, like efficiency or speed, I don't know, this is not the moon landing, this is not a cure for cancer. We do not need to race to the top of technology to police our community, a system that's rooted in racism. Again, I've known this for a while, like many of us do here, and are told that the system of police in the U.S. started out of racism and slavery. And that was talked about last night at Cycle 2 or in the movies, and thank you as well, Lindsay, my thanks for having that conversation. But we should be working towards being leaders in a world where police aren't necessary. So that's what we should be pushing towards. So let's talk a little bit about who is benefiting and some of the funders. They were brought up before for the actual technology companies, but I had a chance to look at some of the funders of the policing project, the Koch brothers, Microsoft, Walmart, they're on the list. It's pretty long, there's a lot of them. Why would they be investing unless they think this is going to be useful for them? Like most kind of research, there's not any kind of like influence they get. They don't get to say what the research or how it's done, but they are putting money in because they think that the information will be valuable to them. I work in healthcare. I also have given testimony about HIPAA being an example of policies that are in place to protect our information. But these companies that fund these things, they benefit. They invest when they see a benefit for them. There's other I wanted to mention one other funder. There's at least one Zionist nonprofit, Schusterman. That's an organization that's worth millions and millions of dollars. They come up in the news because they withdrew support for an abortion clinic in the U.S. because this abortion clinic supported a ceasefire. They've been accused of pinkwashing and using Israel LGBTQ issues to kind of make their organization look better. As a trans person, that just makes me sick to my stomach. And again, this is a company that's funding the research into these technologies. They've also given money to APAC. So again, I ask, who benefits from this? It's not us. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Ron Jansen.
Good evening. I just really don't know what else there is to say about this. We've spent a year almost showing up here, begging for the city to take action to prevent this from happening. And what strikes me as interesting is Clyde, what's his name, this gentleman? You know, I think a favorite trope is that there's a group of activists in the city and they all get together and they don't have jobs and they're getting paid to do this. But yet every time that we show up, I don't know this guy, but he killed it. And he had perfect points. This other lady over here, I don't know her. She killed it and she had perfectly good points. So all that is to say that if in your mind you ever think, hey man, you know, it's just the same 5 dudes and they show up and they yell at us and they're mean and they go home. That's not the case. People broadly are concerned about this. I have a job. When I talk to people at that job, they cannot believe that this is even being considered. And they don't care, I mean, they don't care enough to show up down here, unfortunately, but it doesn't take away from their fear and concern. So that's just kind of one thing I wanted to say. And something that I wanted to say the last time I was here, but I was so enraged by the fact that our police chief participated in the genocide openly. And then afterwards, by the way, said he didn't care, and that he had no regrets. Which is something he seems to say a lot about our concerns here. But I wanted to share a quick story, because at the end of the day, despite my love for profanity, I am a human being. And I have a son, and he's 12. My son knows that I'm an activist. My son knows that my friends are activists. He is aware of the violence the Milwaukee Police Department inflicts on people in this city every single day, because despite his age, I do not shield him from that reality or that truth. A couple months ago, I get a phone call from my mother, and she's panicked, and she says, "Why are the police at your door?" I go into a panic because I'm not there, and I know that I am a target of the police, both at the city and the county level here in Milwaukee. And so I say, I don't know, I haven't done anything outside of being outspoken. And they are there to take me or potentially kill me. Okay? We are headed in that direction. I think it is quite obvious that we are headed in that direction. And so we have got to get deadly serious about what we are going to do, because this police department, as well as many others across the country, clearly do not care about us as residents. And you have heard it from the horse's mouth. I don't know how much time I have left, but I do have some basic questions, which is like, to the best of the recollection of this committee, has one single person not wearing a police uniform come here to say that they want FRT for this city? Any of you recall anybody, any resident?
I don't think we've had anyone in person. I think we've had written, not many, but.
Sure, very few, I would assume, a very small percentage. And I think that speaks volumes, right? Because it means that there's a very small group of people with a vested interest in making this happen, and those people have ill intent for all of us in the city. If I have a little time, I do have some other questions.
You have about a minute and a half.
Yeah, great. Can the Common Council initiate MPD SOPs? No. Do we know what jurisdiction MPD borrowed its access to FRT from in the past when they used it on Milwaukee residents without our knowledge? I don't have that information.
Just to jump in for a second, I did ask that at the April meeting and received a partial list. I did not receive the follow-up that MPD suggested they would give at the April meeting.
Right. Would it be possible to get that published? And then if the MPD doesn't, like, let's say we succeed and suggest, obviously this body would suggest a ban, hopefully, but let's say they don't succeed and somehow a ban gets passed, and MPD just decides that they're going to use it with the county anyway, do you have any insight into how we would, if they would be allowed to do that, or how we would prevent that?
I'll be perfectly honest, that's not something I have an answer formulated for, but I think it's a fair question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Albers.
I just have a couple of questions. You're asking us to have faith and trust in MPD using FRT. Well, in the current climate, fueled by hate, destruction, kidnappings, using any way possible to try to bulldoze our Constitution and democracy, our president is doing that. And the most important fact to remember is that MPD endorsed him. So how can we trust MPD when down the line what is happening in our country? Why do you think we're here? We're scared to death. We're scared for our families. We're scared for our neighbors. We're afraid for our state and country. And it's like I'm just newly involved in this, coming to the meetings for this case. And I just don't, from what I heard, don't understand why you're having people come back and back and back and back to say the same information. We're like beating our heads against a wall and nothing's happening, and it sounds like no matter what we say, MPD already has its mind made, which is very sad because we are the constituents, we are the community. And, it just doesn't move it. And then the second thing, and I love Milwaukee. I've lived here most of my life. I was born here. But who's going to regulate, administer, and run this FRT, influence software here in Milwaukee, when we can't even be on top of paying the health insurance for workers of the city? Who is going to overrun it and take care of it? Come on. We can't even keep charge of what should be taken charge. So I am against it. And, MPD doesn't want to hear our side because they endorse a pedophile. And this is ridiculous that we're put in this position to have to beat our heads against the wall again and again, and no one's listening. Thank you.
I do briefly want to clarify that the Milwaukee Police Department does not make political endorsements. You may be referring to the union, I'm not sure.
Well,
But I believe you're referring to the county.
Sorry.
Bridget, is there anyone appearing virtually that is here for public comment?
Yes, we have both Kathy followed by Julie.
Okay. Kathy, if you would unmute your microphone and then you can make your comment.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to at least align myself with so many articulate people and so many compelling arguments against FRT that have already been spoken tonight. I just want to emphasize that with these layers of what feels like helplessness sometimes for you poor guys there that are the commission, because as it's been already said, already in May, 11 of 15 Common Council members signed that letter to the chief of police opposing his adoption of FRT, and so many residents speaking out against it, and it's a frustrating thing, and I'm not quite sure what you guys can do. I implore you to use your voice, whatever influence you have, even if it's indirectly, to bring this to the surface in a way that people really are being heard. You hear us, but I think we represent, I'm a resident in Sherman Park. This is my first time at this meeting. But I have many, many friends, as was already said by another speaker, who also are very concerned but are not at this meeting. You're not hearing from them, but our presence, I think you can multiply it by many, many, And so this is, I'll just repeat what's been said. It is simply too dangerous at this moment in history. I say beware surging forward with new technologies. It was already referred to as a Pandora's box by someone, and I think a lot of the reasons and testimonies and arguments that have been already spoken are great, great cause for caution. And so I just want to urge you to do all you can and to act our civil liberties and our human rights. And yeah, I guess I just implore you to do whatever you can and to let us know if there's something else or somewhere else we can go to have our voice heard in a way that is not so frustrating. Thank you for hearing us tonight.
And then Julie, if you'd like to unmute your microphone and then give your comment.
Thank you. Julie Kershaw, Milwaukee County resident. I have a couple of questions, and then I'd like to make a comment before you answer. So my questions are, after just doing a cursory look, there are two laws that I'm wondering if you're aware of, because I think the FPC has the duty to ensure that these laws are followed as one of your core functions. So first one, just again on a cursory look, Wisconsin statute 62.50, parentheses 3A, and it's about the chief of each department establishing policies relating to the control and management of each department. And the second statute is 175.50, parentheses 2, mandating that every law enforcement agency in the state must adopt written policies regarding the use of, and then it goes on. So anyway, those are my questions for you before you answer. And when you answer, I hope you pause because I'd like to make comment. And the first comment I'd like to say is, again, reiterating what our friend said just a little bit ago about not a single person who's not a cop has spoken out at these meetings in favor of FRT. And we've heard the MPD repeatedly dismiss our remarks, while at the same time, Biometrica is blaming us, the public, for not approaching them with our concerns as if they care. This came up at a county board meeting where a Biometrica rep who is married to the CEO tried to make us all sound crazy for having concerns and was way too comfortable with the sheriff's department. Literally no invested party in the FRT game cares about the people or public opinion. If Biometrica or MPD cared, they'd invite us to the table instead of blaming us for not reaching out or forcing us to use the only reliable venue to give input. I do have more comment, but if you want to answer, if you get to pause, answer my questions about the law.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Do I have more time than when you're done answering? Okay, thanks.
You have 2 minutes. You've gone for 2 minutes and the clock is paused.
Thank you.
So I'll take 6250 first. So the subsection of that statute that you referred to is, it's one of the provisions that was affected by Act 12. Under the previous version, that subsection of the law gave the Fire and Police Commission the authority to set policies and standards for the government and management of the department. Post Act 12, that was changed to give the chief of police that authority and the fire chief as well. So the chiefs now have the authority and responsibility to set policies for the management and governance of the department. The statute further provides that the FPC is required to conduct an annual policy review and can make recommendations to the Common Council about potential policy changes. And then the Common Council, by a 2/3 majority, can modify or suspend policies enacted by the chief. Does that answer your question with regard to 6250?
Kind of, yeah, go on, thanks.
Okay. And then the other section I believe you mentioned was 175.50, and was there a subsection you referred to?
In parentheses 2, where it's talking about the
Sure, that's dealing with the
written policies.
That's requiring all law enforcement agencies to develop policies regarding identification procedures. So lineups or photo arrays are the typical identification procedures, and they're required to establish policies regarding those to reduce the risk of misidentification through eyewitness testimony. As you heard, the individual, I apologize, I'm blanking on her name, NYU, people's ability to identify faces of people they don't know is not great. And so it's important that law enforcement agencies have policies in place in that area. MPD does does have a right of identification standard operating procedure.
Okay, I guess, thank you. It just seemed like you were saying, I thought I heard before that y'all were saying there was no ESTA, whatever. Okay.
There is no standard operating procedure regarding facial recognition technology, but regarding identification procedures, there is an ESTA.
Thanks. Okay, unsurprisingly yet still horrifying, the chief of the MPD doubled down on his support for the racist in spite of overwhelming community outrage. And we persist. We are opposed to the use of FRT because it is fundamentally racist. It has high error rates. The data collection and storage has potential for misuse. There's huge potential for violation of constitutional rights, especially regarding free speech and freedom of assembly concerns. There are concerns about the continued erosion of trust. Strike that, there is no trust. It's eroded. The Common Council doesn't want it. The Equal Rights Commission doesn't want it. The county supervisors of conscience don't want it. The state legislators of conscience don't want it. The people of Milwaukee don't want it. Amnesty International is calling for a global ban on FRT. The world is well aware of how this is used for the oppression of human beings. No matter how you try to spin it, these are tools of fascism. These are tools of the current genocidal regime that our chief of police proudly boasted about training with, learning their murderous tactics. It's all connected. Free Palestine and genocides. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bridget, does that conclude the individuals appearing virtually for public comment?
It does, Director.
I just want to quickly interlude. I called an audible tonight as the chair, which I'm not usually, that we would pause when people were commenting if there were questions. I don't think that's going to be a common practice going forward, but I just wanted to flag that was me calling audible to people. We're going to pull up item 7.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that does conclude the public comment portion of the meeting. As the chair indicated, we will now go out of order. We will take up item number 7, which is FPC 212383, communication to the Milwaukee Police Department relating to facial recognition technology. And is a member of the department available on the board to give an update on this?
Good evening. Chief Dover speaking. Say good evening to all the commissioners here. I want to first start off by stating that I was able to hear the commentary and the feedback. Definitely appreciate the different viewpoints and approaches here in regards to this particular topic here. Was equally appreciative in regards to hearing the NYU report out. I believe that it's always important to have takeaways in regards to how policies, our community, and those responsible for it. With that said, for an update that this body have requested in regards to this particular item, at this time we have not taken on any particular program or use of FRT for our particular department. We are still in the process of communicating and having those dialogues with the public and our elected leaders. This is something that I have always directed. I've never been for pushing for any particular type of retention of this particular type of programs for this department without having those conversations where I feel is important, and that there is still that commitment that nothing will be obtained without having a policy in place. I think it's important to understand that we need to make sure that we are receiving the inputs and guidance and looking at best practices, because it is important for us to have the proper guardrails and utilizing the proper feedback. With that said, still have the position that I believe that this tool, and I say tool, as any particular resource that the Milwaukee Police Department use, has a place within the operations of what we do. I think that there are ways that we can ensure that we are being responsible and ensuring that we also are fulfilling our mandate to impact public safety, especially at the violent crime level. At the prior use of this technology has always been for violent crime. It's never been used for anything but for violent crime. And we do have our own examples of how it has been used to address serious violent crime within our city. This is not for just any felony, but this is for someone who's been raped, someone who has been murdered, someone who has been taken violently by, their property, such as carjacking. And so just attempting to navigate this particular, fine balance, because it is definitely a concern to have anything that we use technology-wise, the tools that we use to be abused, which is why we have guardrails. That's why we have the proper type of SOPs to ensure that there's accountability. And I've been very transparent about accountability, something that we post on our. It's important for us to understand that there is consequences when those who abuse, because I can never say any of our tools that we use, whether it's a firearm, whether it's a squad car, there's any technology that our men and women who I firmly believe in the work that they do would not cross that line. What I can say and I can promise is that there are definite consequences when they fall outside the rules of engagement and the expectations, not only this department, not only for myself, but our community. And so it is important for us to be able to find ways that we can, again, navigate a very careful pathway to walk where, we forget what was 2021 like, 2022 like. The former homicide detectives that have anything over 200 homicides is absolutely unacceptable in this community. And being able to get ahead of those who want to create harm in our community, that is my prime directive to do, and I will fulfill that. But with that, I do know that we must be mindful that we do not allow that these tools to be misused or to be, unfortunately, put in a place where our trust is eroded or, again, not being built upon. I've said this many times. I know we have trust in many parts of the city. I know that we have trust somewhere in some parts of the city. And I also understand that we have no trust in many other parts of our city. As your chief, as this police chief of Milwaukee, I am committed to work with all parts of our community. Whether you trust us or not, I'm willing to come to that table and have these discussions. And so I definitely just want to, again, reassert there has been no obtaining of any particular type of technology in regards to the Milwaukee Police Department. We are committed to continue to have these conversations, even when it is tough, even when it is those dynamics where I know that we have a lot to build in regards to working for trust with many parts of our community. Still say that, firearms and other issues within our city is still a problem that we need to find ways to address. And we all need to have a part and role in that work to ensure that all parts of our community is safe.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Do any of the commissioners have any comments or questions regarding this item? As continuing with the theme of this evening, let's go to the folks online first. Commissioner.
Virtually to speak to the commission, so.
Okay, Commissioner Will Patterson.
I agree. Thank you, Chief, for replying. I think it's very necessary for the community to hear your voice and your take on this. It's a lot to process. So thank you for being here and for just chiming in. Thank you. And to the community. Thank you for coming weekly and for raising your voice, your time. It's a lot to consider. So thank you for coming as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Snyder.
Hi, Chief. Thanks for being here and sharing your thoughts with us tonight. One comment you made regarding all your tools, all implements you use, and the hard work the department does. to reduce crime, to prevent crime in the city. You made the comment there'll be no misuse, and I think the concern here is that it's not a misuse necessarily. It's with all good intention that this technology is used, but by the nature of the technology itself, you can come up with a wrong answer, and therefore there's a somewhat of misuse, even though it wasn't intended that way. Could you speak to that, please?
So I know that, there is challenges of dealing with anything technology-wise. We understand that there are, again, misidentifications. Even if we do lineups, there could be potential misidentifications. It's about having different levels of double checking. I know that for any particular type of use of this particular type of tool, this is not the means for arrest. This is only an investigative tool, a lead, to be verified by different investigators. I mean, even the example that was talked about earlier with the NYU, to have an investigator go to somebody who has no knowledge of the investigation, that's unacceptable at all different levels. That's where you have a failure of supervision in regards to reviewing reports, reviewing the particular type of techniques and styles. That is something that's unacceptable in this department, unacceptable under my leadership. And so we are, again, part of this discussion to find out what are the best practices. One of the things that was brought up in this particular conversation was this tool has been used over 20 years. And so there has to be guardrails, and we're willing to lean into those best practices and make sure that we are using what can be, again, useful for what that tool is designed for. And so the reality of it is that we are, again, a learning community. It is important to continue to reach out and talk to the academia, but also that AI and technology is not going anywhere. It's being used in horrific ways against our community, and there are things out there that is, unfortunately, we are being subjected to, whether it's, the fraudulent type of things that's being, pictures and whatnot, that we have to find ways of navigating a very delicate balance of how do we get ahead of this. Criminals don't use rules or guidelines, but we do. And so it's just trying to ensure that, I don't have all the answers, Commissioner, in regards to, what we are, the best practices. I know that we are willing to, again, continue to talk with our community, willing to listen to people from the academia like NYU, or there's a number of different academias out there. I'm very familiar with FERT, Police Executive Research Forum. I know Chuck Wexler personally, so it's not that we're not having these conversations, but I am mindful to be thoughtful about this process. Again, at my direction was this brought up, so there's nothing anyone's trying to hide or try to, play games. Just trying to work, through a challenging situation of ongoing violence and everything else, and what can we do to get ahead of it? So I know that's a long answer to a short question, sir, but we are just being mindful to make sure that we are trying to find the best practices out there and, the checks and balances. But I am committed to say that the use of FRT would never be the basis for anyone's arrest under my leadership and under my watch.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you?
Go ahead.
I'll finish up. I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the fact that, I guess, for lack of a better way to state it, the department, being budgetary minded, is working to get this as cheap as possible. But I certainly have a question about the 2.5 million names. I feel like, whatever we're doing with this, that's kind of sacrosanct. You want to maintain that and have control over it as opposed to giving it to somebody else, and then who knows where it goes from there. So I guess that's another concern that you could.
Particular type of contract or signature, again, trying to walk a balancing act of, being mindful about what the budget is and what we use our funds for. But I do and understand and appreciate the concern about how the protection of the information. So we have not, gone into any particular type of, again, relationship professionally. And, always just aware of what is the availability out there, what the options are, because that is a justifiable concern.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilkinson?
It does raise a question for me. When we consider the different entities, Chief, that do not want FRT, it sounds like the decision to have it has already been made. Is that accurate?
No, it's not, ma'am. All due respect, I'm getting a lot of other different inputs about this particular topic here. And it is a hard pathway to walk in regards to that. There are still a number of different interests out here. I mean, our city is large. We have almost 600,000 people live here. We have almost, over 1.5 million, 2 million that comes and visits. We have people who are part of entities of business, community-based organizations. There's a lot of individuals who have a voice on this particular topic. But I, again, say to this, that this has not been decided. Again, we understand the importance of having guardrails, policy in place. And as I said earlier, as I started off this conversation, that we're committed to ensuring that we continue to have these conversations. We have a lot on our table right now. We're dealing with a lot in regards to what's going on, not only locally, but nationally. And so this particular item is not at the forefront. I'm not pushing this. This is, again, brought to the table because I've ensured that my team will make this as public as possible in the commentary and being intentional of going to those different spaces, different rooms. And so, no decision has been made in regards to acquiring this, and that I'm not in any rush to make a decision on this at this time.
Okay, thank you for your straightforwardness. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner Spence?
Thanks, Chief. I just want to get your assurances that as you continue to investigate the use of those various stakeholders in regards to FRT, there may be parts of our constituency that don't understand enough about FRT one way or the other to have an opinion on it. But I think it will bode well for this community to walk hand in hand if they know more and you're leading that conversation. Whether you agree with people or not, having those conversations are going to help formulate this community's opinion on where you go with policy. So I just want to make sure that you're committed to having an organized conversation, inform you on what to bring forward next.
I appreciate that, and you have my commitment. Definitely want to continue to engage. This has always been a part of this administration to be in those spaces, to have these conversations. It's important to be able to have the feedback loop. I would love to say that, it's, being open-minded for everybody involved. I think that there is challenges of dealing with, situations where, I had conversations with people, they said my mind's made up. And I'm like, that's not a conversation then. So I am definitely committed. I know our team is committed. I think it is important, especially here, what the concerns are, and be advised of what the dangers are. In every situation, there's a learning moment, an opportunity to say, okay, how can we avoid, going down this pathway? What can we do better? And I think it is important for us to be able to be intentional and, as you said, strategic. So I appreciate that, and you have my commitment.
That's great. And the last thing I would ask is that you consider a moratorium on the use until those conversations have been had, or the extended use in discussions with suppliers until you've gotten more information from the overall community on what their concerns might be.
Understood. Like I said, we have slow walked this. We are committed to having a policy in place before acquiring anything. Using it has been a challenge, though, sir, because again, it's a balancing act. One time that we did use it was for a stranger sexual assault, or if you want to have it more, common language, a stranger rape. This is within an hour. How can I look at somebody in the face and say, I have something to help make sure that someone else will not be victimized? And this individual that we brought into custody had sexually assaulted or raped somebody before. So when we talk about, what this technology is being used for, this is not used for somebody stealing a bike. Somebody took a newspaper off the porch. I get that. But when I have to look at victims and have talks and discussions with family members of these individuals, how can I look at them and say that there's something that we could use to help bring closure to this a lot sooner? I heard the conversation like, well, will you catch them? Yeah, okay, 2 years from now. Is that acceptable? As a leader, as a person doing this for 30 years, I find it unacceptable. And so I just try to find a balance on this, and I recognize, the absolute concerns. I want to make sure that this is a mindful decision. I believe in slow walking it. I know that, this is something that should not be taken lightly. And I am listening and basically going back to the team and have more discussions about how we can operate within some of these concerns, and also the concerns of those who feel otherwise in regards to this.
I look forward to those conversations.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fung?
Thank you for being here, Chief. I just want to be transparent that I think we've heard the community's frustration, that they feel like they've been coming out here or to the ERC or writing to their alders for 10 months now. And there is, to be honest, a little frustration on my part as well, because I had anticipated that you would be presenting a draft SOP at this time, since it has been 10 months. It is a little bit notable because it's so soon after members of the Common Council signaled that they would modify any SOP and object to your use of this technology. Why has the department decided not to come forth with an SOP today?
Because we haven't just talked to everyone, that's why. That there is still further discussions in regards to this. And so I am understanding that there was a desire to have a updated communication, which I'm absolutely fine with. But this was not a communication where this department was coming with a particular policy to be put forth and to have reviewed, because we haven't talked to everyone. There's a number of alders who are still desirous to have conversations, individuals who are desirous of having these thoughtful conversations about what this looks like, what is going to be the lift. And so understanding and respecting that, I don't know how you got the sense that we're going to bring something here, because that's never been communicated. It's just that we're trying to make sure that we, be meaningful and intentional about how we're, responding to these, communications, and that, again, some takeaways from the presentation from the NYU presenter. So there's, again, things that we can go back and talk with the team and figure out what's the best way to approach this and present it. But there's no rush.
Can you clarify what you mean by no rush? Like, what is the roadmap here for MPD considering FRT?
Well, it sounds like there's a number of people still want to have discussions. I know that there is still a discussion that is desirous from the Public Safety Committee, Public Health and Safety Committee for the Common Council. And so there are still a number of different engagements that we still have to go through to have discussions about what this looks like, how it's going to be used, before that we can synthesize that into a policy. And so respecting these particular type of expected conversations, which, we have indicated we are, open and ready to have these conversations. I feel it's important to have those conversations before putting together any particular type of policy that doesn't reflect those conversations, those concerns, or suggestions.
Thank you. So just to clarify, is the department still considering whether or not to use FRT, or is the department working on a draft SOP?
We are still working on a draft SOP, and we are still working with our community and those elected leaders and those who are part of leadership within the community to have those engagements to ensure that we are having a mindful, thoughtfully put together SOP to be presented to our community.
Okay, have you shared that draft SOP with members of the Common Council?
We don't have a draft SOP.
Do you have a draft of a draft SOP? I'm not sure how to.
We are still engaged in conversations.
We have a very rough framework. We have shared it with the executive director of the Fire and Police Commission. We've gotten feedback, but we're not ready to publicly share some. Considered all of the conversations we still need to have. These meetings are helpful. We hear the community, we hear what those concerns are, and the takeaway from this meeting is these are things to consider before we formally present to anybody a draft of any policy.
That was my Chief of Staff, Heather Huff. Just for clarification.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little confused. As you mentioned, you had sent some type of document, a draft, a rough framework, a draft of a draft, to the executive director. And so the Board of Commissioners has reviewed that. I guess in my mind, I would consider that a draft, but tomato. Can you explain which specific parts of the document that we reviewed that you are still considering?
So I have to go back over this with the team in regards to this rough draft. If there is, again, something that was given out over a year ago. I know that at the time there was pause directed by me to make sure that we're communicating and talking. And so we can circle back around on that and we'll bring back whatever that we've taken from these particular presentations and clue, but I know that at the time we don't have any policy in place or have anything ready for it to be presented.
Okay, as you're considering a possible draft SOP, will the department commit to meeting or exceeding best practices by objective academic policing experts like the NYU Policing Project?
We are committed to all input from academia, from the law enforcement community, from other best practices. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think for myself, I'm considering not the question of whether FRT has any potential benefits, but rather do the potential benefits outweigh the costs? And I think that there are several important factors. Those certainly include the current federal landscape. They also include what sufficiently restrictive guardrails might look like. I will note that at least one member of the Common Council in a media article recently said good policy may not be enough, especially considering the atmosphere surrounding immigration enforcement. I take that opinion very seriously. But then there is another question about whether this technology is even useful if it's based on this department's history of use of this technology without disclosing that to the public or the Fire and Police Commission, your oversight body. I do also have several unanswered questions from the April meeting, which again, I will note was 10 months ago. So in March of last year, the department revealed that it had been using facial recognition technology, again, without talking to the public and without the FPC's knowledge. Is it the department's position that it was an acceptable practice to use FRT without a policy in place and without disclosing this use to the Civilian Oversight Board?
So when looking at the overall why we had used at the time, it is important to understand that we look and see that there is a need to have more conversations. I know that this is very beneficial in regards to having these conversations. Ensuring that we got proper bumper rails is important, and I do understand the concern and moving forward having better ways of communicating and understanding that we should be making sure that anything that we do be able to have those conversations and be able to have the feedback from you all in regards to the work that we do.
I will move on. I'm not sure that answers my question. Several commenters brought up 6250, sub 1M policy review. The board shall conduct at least once each year a policy review of all aspects of the operations of the police, blah, blah, blah. How could the FPC have conducted a policy review of all aspects of the operations of the department if it was not aware that you had a practice of using facial recognition technology?
So I understand that we need a SOP, that we have started the conversation in regards. I mean, this has been, you know, a long journey. We are again, going over our SOPs and on a regular basis, forwarding to the Fire and Police Commission for their review or for their thoughts. And so I will say that this is something that we haven't, you know, again, acquired the technology. We are, again, putting forth the good faith effort to have these conversations again at my direction. And so we're just ensuring that we're going to be utilizing the best practices for this particular type of technology.
Okay, I understand that you're saying that you haven't acquired new licenses, but the department was already using this technology in other ways. Did anyone at the department discuss not disclosing FRT use to the Fire and Police Commission?
Absolutely
No,
not.
and I want to clarify the timeline of this. So when I became chief of staff, I think it was sometime in I don't remember the date offhand, but I came to the realization that this was a technology that was being used for violent crimes, and it preceded this administration, and it was something that we wanted to acquire, and we knew we were utilizing it from other jurisdictions, and it was this administration's desire to be transparent, to say, hey, we got to disclose this, and we need to start having these conversations. So I get that there is a mistrust, Commissioner Fung, that it was being used and not disclosed, but I would like the acknowledgement that we recognized this was an issue and we disclosed it, including our use of utilizing other jurisdictions to assist with this type of technology because we wanted to be transparent. It was never, we're gonna hide this from the Fire and Police Commission until a date and time certain. It was, this is something, you know, we're using and we need to disclose that and we want to acquire. And so it was, you know, brought to your attention that use in an effort to be transparent in that moment in time. But its use had preceded this administration.
Okay, I appreciate your desire to be transparent. In the spirit of that, when will the department share the number of cases in which FRT has already been used in the past?
I know there was a manual pull done by our Criminal Investigation Bureau, and I believe Inspector Lau, who is on this call, will be able to get that to you in short order.
Okay, I will follow up on that in short order, because I did ask this question in April of last year. What records has the department kept to show when FRT was used?
Good evening, everyone. Inspector Paul Lau. The three main investigative divisions, that being Homicide, Gun Violence Division, and our Major Crimes Division, have kept logs going back through 2024. And I have that information, the numbers, the incident numbers, the details, and the results. They all have logs from 2024 till now that we can turn over. But it's a manual log kept by the analysts that are assigned to each of those respective divisions.
Okay, I would appreciate that information. I will note that the department was also using a different version of facial recognition technology, Clearview AI, the one that was full of scandals before, and so that would predate this, but I would appreciate that information. So I think it's been said a couple of times that FRT has never been used for anything but for violent crime by the department. What guidance was officers given in order to ensure that that was the case?
The detectives assigned to these units were using it simply as an investigative tool. And if a lead was developed, they would do the necessary work or follow up to either corroborate it as a solid lead or one that could be discarded. As I said, we've used it in several cases to solve them. District attorneys have even put the use of the successful use of the complaint of the technology in criminal complaints charging major cases. So the main guidelines are, it is not, we do not use it for probable cause to arrest somebody. It is simply a lead. It's a tool like any other stuff that we have.
Okay, so were those guidelines put into writing for the folks that were using FRT?
No, it's through direct command and orders and instructions given to our captains on when we start bringing up these in conversations last year about trying to acquire our own program.
Can you clarify, is that verbal guidance?
Yeah, yes, the verbal guidance, ma'am.
Okay, so at no time was there any written guidance sent within the department about how to use or not use FRT?
To my knowledge, I do not remember at all sending out any written knowledge. After we've given, we've had several discussions when we meet with the commanders of each of those divisions about how they are to use it and how we are going to start. I remember you asked last April for those cases. We started creating logs and ongoing since then to be detailed logs so we could turn over that information.
Okay, so we can anticipate receiving that information in what time frame?
I can have it sent to you tomorrow, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I would certainly appreciate that. To talk about the probable cause piece, I understand in the cases that were presented in the April 17th meeting and at the ERC, and that we discussed today, facial recognition was not used to establish probable cause to arrest or obtain a search warrant. Is it the case that facial recognition technology was not used to establish probable cause to arrest or obtain a search warrant in all of the department's previous uses of FRT?
To my knowledge, we have not used facial rec for probable cause to make an arrest. To use it in affidavits to get like a cell phone search warrant or other stuff with other corroborating information, that has been used.
Okay, and how did the department internally audit this practice to ensure that that was the case?
That I would have to get back to you on, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So can I expect then that in all of the police reports in which you used FRT, that would be reflected in the police reports?
That was, when we went over this a year ago, that was the directive and the assurance that the captains that report to me gave me, that they do, it is disclosed in police reports, disclosed to the DAs when we use it.
Okay, I'm particularly troubled, I guess, by the ACLU's testimony that that was not always the case in the cases, the 16 cases that were turned over to the ACLU. I believe Amanda also noted that in some of those cases, the defense attorney said that that information was not turned over to them. So it seems like we have a little discrepancy here. Can I address that?
I'm happy to answer that. I'm not aware of it. I'm aware of what she said tonight. How those cases, to my knowledge, those cases are still pending in court. But I can absolutely double check on all that. I'm not aware of it not being in those reports. And obviously, if that is the case.
Okay, I would appreciate also access to that information. And if those reports have already been pulled, I would like to see them. Can you please explain the practice by which department members previously borrowed facial recognition technology, as in how were results requested from other departments?
the process used, there's other departments obviously that have facial rec, and there's another agency called MOSIC, which is, it stands for Mid-States Organizational Crime Information Center, which is located out of Springfield, Missouri. And that's another resource tool that we have as well to access that technology. When it comes to the point in the case where an investigator decides they're going to use facial rec, if we have a suitable still photograph pulled from a camera on a canvas, they will decide to email either the respective agency or MOSIC, one of those, to see if we get a hit, and then results will be given back to us from that agency.
Sorry, just to clarify, were requests made to specific other departments, or was it sort of sent out in a like group email chain?
No, there was. About a year ago, there was a group email chain. Ma'am, I'm forgetting the name. I don't know if it was the Milwaukee area violent crime team or there was an email chain at that point. Since this all started coming up, I believe that the captains or the investigators are now emailing, like analysts will email directly to those departments to get, and that have the facial rec program, and then we'll get a direct response from them.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, is the practice still continuing?
As needed right now, we are using, yes.
Wow. So I'm a little confused because earlier, certainly at the ERC, and I believe on several other occasions, the department indicated, I think someone quoted it today, that you couldn't borrow any more cups of sugar.
Well,
so you can continue to borrow cups of sugar then?
I remember, I believe the lady said borrowing a cup of sugar. When we first came to the commission last year, we're stating our intent to get it is to get our own program, getting charged more for the extra use. I don't think, to my knowledge, those agencies that are actually, that were using that or that said that at the time, I don't think we are accessing them as a partner agency anymore. And I believe other agencies have gotten the program since then that we have been reaching out to.
Okay, so the department still has a practice of using FRT, you just haven't obtained new licenses?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, and so you are continuing this practice with no SOP in place?
As we said, that's correct, and we're trying to work on getting an SOP.
I'm a little confused, maybe I'm missing something, so there's no rush to finish the SOP, although this commission did receive a pretty finished looking draft of one. But in the meantime, you are going to continue to use this technology with what you stated are no formal or written guidelines?
There's a very limited use in more of the rare cases of violent crime. There has been a practice for the time that you're talking about. This is a hard pathway to walk in regards to that. Yes, the SOP is not finished. It's not been put before me to be approved of any way. I do appreciate the team trying to put together something so that basically it can be part of a discussion. But as in having anything in writing for a SOP to guide us, that is correct that we don't have a finished product. There was a push earlier by me to get this in place because, again, technology is not going to wait for us, and that there are needed guidance in regards to this. But as I see that there's challenges in regards to this conversation and the issues in regards to us obtaining our own, because yes, there is the strain of other departments saying, yes, you guys have your own particular product. I am slow walking this process because of the concerns brought up, not only tonight, but the same things nationwide. But yes, in a limited capacity, there has been reach out. And as you heard from Inspector Lau, we can give you a, reporting out what those times use, but it's not situations where we're trying to get ahead of the investigation, and this is probably an investigative lead.
Okay, so how can you ensure that the department's current use of FRT is in line with your stated guidelines, if that's not in writing anywhere?
So first of all, it's not just something that is a tool that can be used by anybody on the department. The investigators who are detectives are a promoted rank. These are individuals who are, a number of years on their organization. This is, again, with oversight of our supervision. We have sergeants, lieutenants. The expectations are clear in regards to who will allow this particular tool to be even asked for and used for. But yes, it does make it difficult in regards to that if there is any particular type of slip-ups of what is the consequence from not having a SOP in place, because that is a tool to utilize in regards to being able to have the appropriate checks and balances. And so this is why we had this discussion and tried to put it before this body and other bodies, because we understand the importance of having this tool as a resource, making sure that we are, have the proper bumper rails and guardrails, utilizing best practices. And so we're kind of in a holding pattern.
Okay, so since there is no SOP and there is no written guidance, if a member of NPD chose to go outside of what you are saying, how would they have consequences?
Well, there's a number of consequences, ma'am, depending on what is being used and how it's being used. We have still core values. We have still a number of SOPs in regards to behaviors. And so the SOP will have, again, more specific for that particular tool. We have a number of things depending on how it's been used, what's been used in regards to not a, for the purpose of the department. So there's other ways to be able to have, again, consequences, but it makes it easier to have something specifically for that particular resource or tool.
Okay, I guess to me that seems like a real hole in the accountability of it all. Is the department concerned about the impact of procedural justice and the continued practice with no written guidelines or SOP?
Understanding the cost ratio, and definitely we do understand the challenge of navigating this, which is why we're trying to work with you all to find a way to be able to find a common ground. This is important, and hopefully with this concern, you have recognized, ma'am, that you will help us guide us through this process as quickly as possible to ensure that we are, again, being able to be ahead of this. Definitely understand from a risk management standpoint, but we still do have rules and regulations. We have a lot of rules and regulations within the Milwaukee Police Department that if things are, again, misused or not according to our standards, we have still tools to be able to find people accountable for actions out there.
Okay, I just want to note, I guess, like, there are real costs to taxpayers that have already happened in other cities in cases of issues around facial recognition technology and wrongful arrest. Several of those in Detroit and New Jersey were $300,000 settlements. I'm not sure what else is still in the courts, but like I do want to note that that matters to me, that there are real costs or potential costs to the taxpayer here. I feel
That matters to me also, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. I don't mean to take up the entire commission's question asking time, but I just want to check in with. I'm happy to also send questions via email, but I do think it's important for information to be received by the public as well. So, no, I appreciate it. So, with regards to potential use of biometrica, Is the only way that this technology is useful in turning over the booking photos? If the booking photos are not turned over, does the technology not function?
Dr. Lau?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question. That's noted, I understand it. If that's something I could take back and even get a hold of one of the representatives, I would be happy to do so.
Okay, can we also see a copy of a draft or whatever data sharing agreement that MPE would sign with Biometrica?
It all came up in conversations and when we presented to you guys a year ago, simply because in checking around some of the partner agencies, I'm aware that the Milwaukee County Sheriff engaged with them. And that's just one that we started speaking to. And again, like the chief said, we're not in a contract with anyone and we haven't formally, obviously decided on any company yet.
Okay, are you in
But,
conversations with any other company?
I am not, and I'm not aware of anyone else in our department being in conversation with any other company. So there you go, Chief answered that.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of not continuing to make my fellow commissioners sit here, for the rest of their lives, I will probably.
Yeah, we'll stay.
You're being entertained here.
I'm gonna finish up real quick. I have really nitty-gritty questions about a potential draft SOP, about photo arrays, about show-ups, about probable cause. I think that maybe we can get into those a little bit down the line, but I also think it's really important that the public hear the answers to these questions as well. So I won't do this in a shady secret email. I just don't necessarily need us to get into the nitty-gritty because we cannot interact with the draft SOP right now, apparently. So I just have to ask like a really hard question, which is why should we trust that the department would adhere to any guardrails that you said when you were not transparent, and in some ways continue to not be transparent about your use of this technology? Thank you.
So I differ from your perspective, ma'am. I believe that we're trying our best to navigate. Again, this is new technology for us, used in a way that has been, again, heard from the particular presentation today and also other particular academia's best practices for violent crime. And this is, again, an ongoing conversation, working through this. Again, this department brought it up. These are, again, conversations amongst us, and it was, we need to make sure that those who are oversight and those who are dealing with our oversight is aware. Yes, there was a little bit putting the cart before the horse, but I would say blaming it on the head, not the heart. When we want to make sure that they're solving their cases and getting out there, we were in some really challenging times. Not saying that we're in the best of times right now, but I just want to, harken back what 2021 looked like, 2022 looked like. And these particular type of technologies were being used for somebody stole somebody's tricycle. And so I do agree that we could have been better in terms of communication. But we've been juggling a lot of different things all throughout this particular administration. We're committed to continue to talk and work, and I know that I have discussions even with some of those in this body in regards to slow walking this, and I agree, and I believe we've been slow walking this, but in this conversation you can see why it is necessary to have some specific rules in place. And I would love to be able to work with anyone who can help us, guide us, to be able to understand how to navigate this particular challenging conversation. But the crime that we're dealing with is not going anywhere. You saw that we have a challenge in regards to homicides last year. This is a challenging conversation because there still is a need, but we do understand that there is challenges in regards to taking on this particular type of technology where there are, things that can go wrong with it. I acknowledge that and I recognize that, and we're willing to work with you on that.
so, a couple of things. I'm glad, Chief, that you, want to hear from academics. I want to be very clear on what I heard most predominantly from Katie tonight, which is that the community should be the main decider in whether or not this technology is used. And I think we'd be pretty hard pressed at this point to make a credible argument that we haven't heard from the community about what they want related to this technology. So I want to put that out there. I also want to flag, like, I know this is like so incredibly frustrating all across every direction for so many reasons. One thing that I think community speaking up has done that is very, very positive on this topic is that in April, I felt like we were T-minus 2 seconds from MPD signing with Biometrica. That has not happened. We're hearing tonight they have not, right? You have not signed with Biometrica, and that you will not sign something with a vendor for MPD before having an SOP. Using borrowing FRT, and I don't think that's acceptable. So I think that needs to bring back into the discussion a moratorium for casual use of FRT, casual meaning borrowing from other jurisdictions, until there's an actual policy in place. And even then, like there needs to be, well, let's be clear on this too. There needs to be FRT policy regardless of whether or not MPD signs a vendor contract. Because I can use FRT on my own phone. I can go search something on my own phone, and we don't need officers doing that, right? So we need governance, SOP around facial recognition technology, regardless of there being a vendor. Also, I'm kind of with it, Commissioner Fung. Like my trust is diminished. I don't think this is the right move. I feel like and to me, more than the minutia of FRT, even if FRT was the best thing ever, which it's not, if the community was coming with this energy to tell me they didn't want this, then that's it for me, right? So I think that like, that part, I don't understand. I think it would make the most sense for this city to step back, table this. This is not the time to be bringing this technology to this town when 5 hours down the road, we're seeing what happens when there's this overreach. So like, I think there have been so many good comments, excellent questions this evening, and I think it gets discouraging, it gets frustrating. There's trust issues, and we also can't stop because we need to make a formal recommendation to the common council. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents.
Told you they were lying.
Anything else before we move on from the commissioners? Okay. Director, please proceed with the agenda.
All right, so
Excuse, I have a question. So where does that put us based on everything that's been said? Now are we waiting another month, another 2 weeks, another 6 months? Where do we go?
Yeah.
What's what?
That's a good question. I mean, to my way of thinking, I think it's time for FTC to draft our recommendation about the use of FRT. I don't think we can wait. We can't wait for the MPD SOP at this point, given the fact that FRT is being used. I did not know FRT was still being used and borrowed. So that.
The recommendations have to pertain to SOPs.
I mean,
they can, well, I'll say it like this. The way the statute says, 6250 is that the FPC can make recommendations for policy change. I think it's a reasonable interpretation of that, and that you can recommend new policy, even if it's not contained within that language. I think there's an argument it is, but even if it's not, you can still do it. You can make a recommendation about whatever you want in terms of the creation of policy.
Okay.
There's nothing legally preventing you from doing it. Does that answer the question?
Sure, I guess I'm just curious with regards to the directive authority, if it is possible for the PC to direct the department to no longer use this technology or borrow it at all until any procedure happens.
So, I don't want to give a legal opinion on this one, but I'm gonna, it's gonna kind of sound like a lawyer answer. The statute says, 6250 sub 23, the board may review the efficiency and general good conduct of the departments. The chief shall act as an advisor to the board when the board reviews his or her department. The board may issue written directives to the chief based on a review of the chief's department. The chief receiving a directive shall implement the directive unless the directive is overruled in writing by the mayor. So that part of 6250 still exists. It is not changed by Act 12. It says the board can issue directives.
Okay, so I mean, I don't think we have an answer, Dana, yet, Commissioner Wilkerson. Like, I think that's what we're trying to figure out. We have the last meeting, we laid out what the process will be for making a formal recommendation. And I think we need to start drafting something. I don't know if it's a directive, if it's a recommendation, if it's something. And I think that has to happen like now.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
while we do have a quorum, I think we have 5 commissioners.
Yeah.
5 left.
No, we have
I'm not sure
6.
if Commissioner Evans is there.
Yeah, he is.
He's there?
Yeah, it's the wood door. You can't really see his
Okay.
head.
Well, this is a meaty conversation.
Yeah.
And I would like to have as many commissioners. I don't rush it tonight, but I do think it's important to have a recommendation come out soon.
I agree. I mean, this part of what's frustrating, but it takes a minute, but it's going to. But also, I do think, I feel, I don't want to speak, I guess I don't want to speak from, but I feel the urgency from all, I think we're all feeling the urgency.
And just as a point of clarification, this is noticed as a communication file, so I don't think it's fairly noticed to take action on a formal recommendation or a directive at this time.
So what's the CTA?
Nor do I think it's fair that the community should be coming out week after week to say the same thing because, nothing has happened, basically. Because we're still in the same place. And they're saying the same thing over and over, and now it's 11 o'clock. You know what I mean? What's next?
Yeah, vote to table it.
And we're here for 575.
Sleep may I-
City Hall, sleep on.
Yeah,
They just
so-
found out they're still using it.
So thank you. Any commissioner can request an item be put on the upcoming agenda. And so that's the way we do it.
For a
Do
month?
something right now.
A month?
No,
2 weeks?
Next week?
Next week?
any commissioner can request
We have a meeting again.
an item be put on the upcoming agenda.
And that request is made to the chair.
Sure. I got, sure.
To the chair or to the executive director.
Yeah, I
Well,
think that's right.
the chair does set the agenda. I think I can go out on a little bit of a limb here that I'm fairly confident that Chair Horowitz, if a commissioner requests an item be placed on the agenda, I feel confident that she will put that item on the agenda absent extraordinary circumstances.
With all fairness, that the Chief Norman, he said his slow walk, that they have flushed out, even though they're still using it, that they flushed out those critical concerns that they're needing to get to the answers that will be comfortable for them. I mean, we're not the police department, so I think we're needing all of it in the mix so that we can really be responsible with this endeavor.
Y'all are gonna need a bigger meeting.
That's what I'm gonna do. So, maybe we figure out from here. So I think, I don't want to, Commissioner Will Patterson's point, this is, and I know you're happy, some of you are happy to be here, and that's great. But I think or willing to be here, whatever the right word is. and would be here, you know, all the time, I don't think you should have to come out here for, you know, like if we don't have something together. So my question is, how long does it take for us to draft something, figure out what we want to say, recommend? I don't think, to Commissioner Spence's point, we don't have everybody tonight. So I'm not sure, like, if we feel like all in agreement about whether or not we want to advance. We certainly don't know if we're going to advance a directive or a recommendation. We don't know, for example, if we have a mixed bag or an agreement about whether or not we submit something like that prior to having a SOP from the department or not, right? Like, there's all these pieces. So I don't have an answer for that right now, but I think the commission needs to, we need to figure it out quick.
And, yeah,
Yeah.
we don't have to be in sync on
That's
a
right.
recommendation.
That's right.
Bring it forward. Democracy is messy. We'll have the discussion and we'll end up with something at the end of the day that the majority will agree to.
Okay.
Can we just provide a reminder about the process for recommendations that we had shared at the last meeting for the following?
Yeah, so, off the top of my head, the process would be, I mean, I think we've gone through it quite a bit, but, so, an issue's been raised, there's been, information shared, both through NYU tonight, through the department, at the various meetings so far, from the community on a number of occasions. If you all feel that that's a sufficient amount of information, then you would move into the discussion, and trying to find alignment for a majority of you to agree on a recommendation. Once we have that, the staff will make a draft and circulate it with you and, make any changes that were,
Madam Chair,
Yeah. Wait,
This
who was
is-
that? Oh, wait, sorry, I thought it was an counselor. Wasn't it?
it is. That's,
I mean, I
okay.
thought it was a commissioner.
Nope, no such luck.
Is it normal?
On your police, it is.
Mr. Chair, you can,
Okay, can you keep it brief, Alderman Spiker?
yeah, you're contemplating issuing a recommendation to my committee. I think, it's time to get off the pot. Director Fung has revealed that, facial recognition technology is being used on a limited basis. Since it's not our technology, we've not seen fit to develop an SOP, but people are still using it, and they're still using some sort of guidance that is not transparent, that is not written down. So you could, I suppose, issue a directive to say, stop using it until you develop an SOP. And just to level set here, I had an April 21st meeting with the Chief of Staff, Heather Huff, Inspector Lau, and Captain Hammond, I believe it was, April 21st, where I said, look at what other cities have done, look at what problems they run into, and craft your SOP so that you can be explicitly addressing those problems. I said that back on April 21st, and I've repeated it since then. So to come out here and to say, oh my gosh, give us time, that is ridiculous. There has been nothing but time to formulate this. And this is a case of the public pushing back, people retrenching, and then saying, we have this intent. I do not believe that intent exists anymore. So I just want to bring my own case of a meeting I had almost a year ago, where I raised these very concerns that I knew there were issues out there that other cities had encountered. And I wanted whatever practice SOP was drafted to be sensitive to that and to be transparent to the community. This is the guardrail we're going to put in place to try to deal with that. That was asked for almost a year ago. So I think time's right.
Madam
Thanks.
Chair, I do need to clarify one point I made earlier to Commissioner Fung. And you indicated if you could make a recommendation about the creation of the policy. And just as a practical reality, you can make that recommendation to the department. You could make it to the Common Council, but the Common Council does not have the authority under Act 12 to create policy, only to modify or suspend policy. So a recommendation to create policy to the Common Council would not be an effective recommendation, or practically effective, if that makes sense. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so, Okay, we have some work to do. One of the things that's hard is we don't discuss as a body except for in these meetings. We're not really allowed to. We can't discuss at a quorum. It's a public body and public hearings, which is part of why this takes so freaking long. So, is that, we put together a directive before the next meeting that can be voted on about, the MPD not be able to, like, stop using FRT until there's a SOP in place. And maybe even past that.
Stop using it altogether.
I don't, yeah, so, wait, so.
Hold on.
So the directive is for now, and then, get an SOP in place, and I'm happy, very happy for MPD to slow walk a vendor contract all day long. That could take forever, maybe never happen, but, you know, that's a slow walk, and that's okay. I think the policy itself is something we need urgently.
Yes, I would respectfully request that people allow the chair to make her comments uninterrupted. Thank you.
And then, we can go from there. So that's what I would like to see. That's it. And we vote on it and then decide from there. Okay? All right.
It's a request for the chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Director, that's, okay, we're moving on. Director, please proceed with the agenda.
I'll now read the items on the consent agenda. After I do, any commissioner may remove any item to the regular agenda for discussion or appropriate action. Items not removed may be adopted by general consent without debate. Item 2, FPC 212378, resolution relating to the January 22nd, 2026 meeting minutes. Item 3, FPC 212379, resolution relating to the appointment to the Police Services Specialist Investigator position within the Milwaukee Police Department. Item 4, FPC 212380, resolution relating to the appointment to the Custodial Worker 1 position within the Milwaukee Police Department. 2 appointments. Item 5, FPC 212381, resolution relating to the appointment to the Maintenance Assistant position within the Milwaukee Police Department. This concludes the consent agenda.
Would any of the commissioners like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda to the regular agenda? If there are no objections, the item on the consent agenda will be adopted by general consent. Are there any objections? Okay, hearing none, the items are adopted. Director, please proceed.
And I would just request that people want to have conversations, please take that in the hall so we can conclude the meeting. I will now read the items under new business. We've done item 6, item 7. At the chair's direction, we will hold item 8 to call of the chair.
Yeah, it's a bunch of mainly administrative changes to SOP stuff, which we can cover at the next meeting.
Relating to recent changes to DPC's policy regarding holiday scheduling and compensation. Is the intent to hear this item now or hold it?
Is Tony still here? Oh, he's virtual. He made it back to his office. Yeah, we can hear it now.
I did. My camera's on. I don't know why I'm not showing, but yes.
We can see you.
Oh, oops. Thank you. This is Tony Bueno with the Department of Emergency Communications. What you have is